tomorrow in order to get Jadarian Price. I was told today that they may even look to move into the bottom half of round 1 in order to get Jadarian Price. Now, the Jaguars don't have a first-round pick because they gave it to the Cleveland Browns in that trade for Travis Hunter, but they've got a pick late in the second round. They got 3 third-round picks. They have 10 picks in total, so they probably have more picks than they need. They may try and leverage that to move up, maybe early second round, maybe even late first round, because they like Jadarian Price, the running back from Notre Dame.
Yeah, and there's plenty of teams open for business at the end of that round, right? John Schneider doesn't have that much draft capital. San Francisco is open for business. Even New England, I think could be an opportunity for somebody to trade it. And everyone's talked about, Simpson there. But it certainly could be another skilled player, like maybe a Stowers, the tight end from Vandy, or maybe Price. The two picks that, if you had to tell me, give me 2 picks tonight that the team that has them won't make them, I would say Cleveland at 6 and the New York Jets at 16. I don't think either of those teams have any designs on using those picks if I was going to say if the board falls, so you think we got a
really with the Jets, huh?
Yeah.
Why are the Jets so high on your radar there?
I've just had too many GMs tell me that they're trying to bail out of that, and they look at it as a little bit of a dead zone for them. And if they do, like if a receiver they really love is already off the board, and the top 6 defensive players are already off the board, and there's a bunch of offensive linemen off the board, then they're going to be able to get a second-tier pass rusher or something like that a few picks back. Now, could they just stay there and take a safety? Maybe, but again, there might be all 3 safeties available then. Who knows? So I think they're in an area where I've just heard too many people tell me, like, they're probably not making that pick. So, and it might be one of those like the Browns where it's off the chart. Like they still think they're getting the same player. So if the value doesn't look right on our chart or Jimmy Johnson's chart or whatever, it might not matter.
Yeah, I mean, I reported earlier this week that 16th pick was up for sale, and I had it. I basically projected that in the 2-round mock that went up this morning at Essentially Sports. I had the Jets trading back with the Pittsburgh Steelers, and the Steelers moving up to get Caden Proctor if he's there. I mean, the Steelers, they need an interior offensive lineman. They may need a left tackle with Broderick Jones. Right behind the Jets at 16 is the Detroit Lions, who are very likely to take an offensive lineman. So any team that really wants to ensure themselves an offensive lineman better move ahead of the Detroit Lions, who are also rumored to be moving up. As far as the Browns, complete agreement with Jason. We've reported this at Essentially Sports since the beginning of April. They want to move down. They want to move down a few slots. They like Spencer Fano at left tackle. They like the receivers, but 6 is a bit rich for either of those players. So if they could trade down a few slots, get some extra draft capital, they would make that move. I think the thing with the Browns is, how far down do they want to move? Would they move with the Chiefs if the Chiefs want to get up and move a pass rush, or the New Orleans Saints? Would they be willing to move down to number 12 to the Dallas Cowboys and go down that far and roll the dice to see who may land in their laps with that selection?
Max, talk to us a little bit in terms of Mendoza and in terms of the number 1 pick, quarterback to quarterback.
QB to QB. Yeah, I called Fernando Mendoza's first start way back in 2023 before he was on the Cignetti train when he was at Cal. And it's crazy. I remember in that meeting with him, this is his first start, shows me his screensaver, and it was a picture of Tom Brady. And then sure enough, 29 months later, here we are. Tom Brady's drafting Fernando Mendoza all this time later. I think he's the surefire number 1 pick. Obviously, we've been saying that from the day the college football regular season ended. I think that it's the no-brainer decision. I think in terms of the scenario he's walking into for a number 1 overall pick, similar to what we said about Caleb Williams when he went to Chicago, of how good it was of a scenario for a number 1 overall pick. I feel the same way about the Raiders. You got a big-time young running back, a big-time tight end, some investment on the defensive side of the ball. Obviously, they have a long way to go in the AFC West. But in terms of, all right, you're picking first for a reason, there's a lot worse scenarios you could go into. Skill set wise for Fernando Mendoza, I think the positives, if we do look forward in 3 years and he's a perennial Pro Bowler, he's got great timing, gets the ball to his hands quickly, and is elite from an accuracy standpoint. Those are the factors that you want. I'm intrigued to see how his mentality translates, right? It's the wholesome, quirky Fernando Mendoza. I think it worked well in college. How does that work out in the NFL? especially in a city like Vegas will be interesting. But he has all the talent there. If it doesn't work out, I think we'll look back, and I have concerns around his footwork. I think he's a mobile, athletic guy, but can get heavy-footed with his footwork and get sometimes wide with his base and out of his frame, which when you get to the NFL and things speed up on you, is that the reason for maybe accuracy to drop or things are processing too quickly for him? And then this is where I'm more in the minority. I've seen a lot of people praise him for his ability to get through his progressions. I felt like at Indiana, their offense was a lot of RPO-based, run-pass option, and get the ball out of his hands quickly. And very rarely was he forced to get to his fourth and fifth progression. Not to say he can't do that, but I think he's going to have to do that a lot more in the NFL than he did in college. Versus if you look at a Ty Simpson or a Garrett Nussmeier who's coming later, those guys don't have necessarily the tools and the production that Fernando did. But I think they were asked to get deeper through their progressions on a more consistent basis. That will make their transition easier. But at the end of the day, Fernando's the guy. But it's not one of those things. If you're a Raiders fan, where if he was in the draft class with a Drake May, a Caleb Williams, and Jaden Daniels, it's probably going after all three of those guys. Yet this is where we're at in 2026, and he's going number one overall.
He's kind of the poster boy for the whole draft class, right? In terms of where everybody's at.
National champion, wins the Heisman Trophy. Fast forward 3 months, and I guess for most guys, they'd be walking across the stage. He's electing to stay at home, but he's been the dude in the football world the last 4 months.
Absolutely. Tony, thoughts on the quarterback's assessment here?
Excuse me. I love Fernando Mendoza. I think the progressions thing is legitimate, but the fact is this is anytime Indiana needed Mendoza to step up, whether it be that Penn State game where they were losing and he drove the team down the field and hit Omari Cooper, a great pass that was also a great catch. Ohio State with, how many Ohio State defenders are we going to have selected in the top 10 tonight? We're going to have 3 of them. And you have another first-round pick in Kenyatta Jackson last year, went in after being basically knocked out that first play, if you remember, and stepped up big against Ohio State, stepped up big against a good Miami Hurricane defense in the national championship game. I think there are some things he needs to round out, but I just love the player because he stepped up and for him, the progression he's shown. And that's what I want to ask Max. Can you talk about his progression, his first 2 years at Cal that you saw, and the progression that you may have seen this past year at Indiana from Mendoza?
Yeah, it's a good point. It's similar to almost where Cam Ward was a year ago. Obviously, different skill set, but low-level recruit. Fernando Mendoza, it was on his way to the Ivy League, and then Cal, their quarterback in that recruiting class, backed out last minute, and then Fernando slid in there and redshirt a year. Then he's starting as a redshirt freshman. And I think initially you saw a guy who could make all the throws, but I think the word I would use is he wasn't fluid in terms of his ability to get through those progressions. And it was a little herky-jerky at times. You could see the straight-ahead speed, but sometimes it'd be like, oh, does he know exactly what he's processing? And then year 2 at Cal, they had a great defense, not a ton of support around him from a receiver-wise, but still very much a solid quarterback, and then goes in the portal. And remember, a year ago as a portal quarterback, he was a top 5 portal guy, but it wasn't like we were talking about necessarily him as like, oh, the surefire number 1 guy in the portal, like we were with Cam Ward from Washington State to Miami, and then it projected Miami, obviously, to the number 1 overall pick. To me, when he gets to Indiana, to answer your question directly, it was how decisive he was with those decisions. It was quick. And it's funny because you're kind of, in a way, it's talking out both sides of my mouth, where on one side you're criticizing how quickly he can get through progressions. Well, the other side is he didn't have to get to his 3rd and 4th progression because the ball's getting out so quick. So I thought he was great with that. And he's always been accurate, but I feel like in terms of this year at Indiana, it was even more noticeable. Every single game you watch the Indiana game, there's some back shoulder fade to Omar Cooper Jr., Elijah Sherratt, multiple times a game where he's putting it on a dime on the back shoulder. And if you're the Raiders staff, that's what you're watching, and you're saying, you know what, we're seeing the progression year after year, and this guy's as accurate as they come.
All right, we've talked offense. It's time to talk defense now, and to do that, we bring in Jason Kabinda into the conversation. Penn State legend linebacker, currently blowing up our screens on Good Morning Football. How are you, Jason?
I'm doing very, very well, man. How you guys doing? I was enjoying that conversation, man.
Absolutely. We got the full house now. All right. So as I said, we talked offense, defense stacked to everybody making moves, trying to get at the top of this class. Break down what you see in terms of David Bailey, in terms of Arvell Reese, Ruben Bain.
Yeah, I think, we talked David Bailey. I think David Bailey's probably one of the more polished pass rushers in this draft. I didn't love the combine workout, but when you look at the tape, when you look at the statistics, the numbers he was able to put up, this is a guy who plays with relentless effort, is a guy who has a plethora of pass rush moves, although I do believe there may be a couple other of pass rushers in this class who maybe have a higher ceiling. But I think he's the safest pick from a pass rush standpoint. If you look at that Texas Tech defense, man, I mean, they were swarming. I mean, you saw them against Oregon in the playoffs last year. It was a good defense. And then, you have guys like Arvell Reese and Sonny Styles. Sonny Styles is a guy who was a former safety. And from an athletic standpoint, you look at the combine and the movement skills and the ability to get to the ball, the ability to diagnose instincts, coverage skills. I love that about him. I do think that he's not necessarily an every defense type of linebacker. I think you're going to need two gappers in front of him. You're going to have to keep offensive linemen off of this guy's chest. Being a former safety, I think that's his only question mark in my eyes going into the league is how physical can this kid be? Can this kid deal with 320, 330-pound NFL offensive linemen and successfully shock and get rid of these guys and get to the football? And then you have Arvell Reese, who to me I think can be a guy who can be a chess piece because just like I was coming out of high school, I had the athlete's curse. He kind of has that athlete's curse as a defender going into the league where it's like, what exactly is this guy going to be? Are you going to plug him in the middle of your defense? Is he going to be an edge defender? Is he going to be primarily a rusher? Because he can develop and grow into that. He has the movement skills and obviously the sideline to sideline speed. You saw the 4.4 speed, at the combine. But these are two guys, and I'll get to Caleb Downs as well, but these are two guys who have benefited a lot from playing under Matt Patricia in that defense over at Ohio State. These are smart football players. These are guys who know where to be, how to get there. They are fundamentally sound. So those are two really exciting prospects in my eyes. And then, of course, you got Caleb Downs, man, who I think, me personally, this is my favorite defender of the draft. This is my for sure can't miss pick in Caleb Downs. I mean, the spatial awareness, the ability to tackle in space, the ability to run the alley, the coverage skills, the route recognition. And I think that's a tribute to Matty P. I played under Matty P when I was in Detroit, so I understand the way he teaches defense. And if we're being honest, it's at another level when it comes to the college level and college defensive coordinators. The plethora of knowledge that Matt Patricia brought to that Ohio State defense, you could see in the way that they were out there executing. So there's a lot of exciting guys in this draft defensively, man. It's going to be a good one, especially at the top end of it.
All right, Jason, the other Jason here, give you first crack at Jason Kabinda.
So Ruben Bain, let's drill down on him because I'm a big Ruben Bain guy, and the evaluators in the league who I talk to the most are like, don't look at arm length, look at wingspan differential. Let's look at his arms versus his body, and let's look at can he generate power, and can he generate power inside when people drill down on him. And I think he checks all those boxes. How impactful do you think he can be at the next level, and how much does he need to be with a Matt Patricia type, a defensive coordinator who's going to let him hunt some matchups, and maybe he's inside here, maybe he's outside there, depending on how the other team's deploying their personnel and maybe how the construct of their offensive line?
I mean, there's no doubt about the fact that Ruben Bain has explosive power. This is a really, really strong kid. I mean, I got a good look at him at the combine. You look at his lower half, and you're like, okay, he checks those boxes from an eye test standpoint. My concern, and I do think it is a valid concern, because as a defensive lineman, you do not want to allow these offensive linemen to get in your chest. And in order not to let them get in your chest, that's where having that length, having that wingspan, having that arm length helps with those things. And I think there are plenty of times during the season where I saw offensive linemen able to sit down on this guy, as strong as he is. And mind you, we're talking the NFL. We are talking to Penei Sewells. We are talking to Trent Williams of the world. College is one thing. These guys at this next level is another. But one thing I do love is he does play with natural leverage. I think he has a great speed to power move, and that's going to be his bread and butter at the next level. Can this guy set up speed, play in and play out? Because if he can build his pass rush moves and build what he does on the field with speed first every single time, this is a guy that, in my opinion, can have a great impact at the next level. Can he keep guys off of his chest? Will the length be a problem? It worries me a bit. I won't lie. It worries me a bit, because I know I love the production, and I love him in the run game. I think he's a tenacious player. I think the kid is tough. But specs, to a certain degree, they do matter. But this kid is a dog, and you can't measure dog. And I tell this to people all the time. When I look at prospects, when I look at players coming in who are maybe undersized or may not have that extra tick of speed that a person may be looking for, it's like, okay, well, what does the dog in the heart look like? And that kid's got that, and he's got that going for him, and that's what I like about him.
Tony, how about anything from you there?
Yeah, I got two questions for Jason. You talked about David Bailey, what a great pass rusher he is, and I would agree. But have you broken him down, rushing the passer, standing over tackle, as opposed to out of a three-point stance with his hand in the dirt? And do you see any differences?
I do, and I think typically guys like to have their hand in the dirt. When I was playing, I preferred to have my hand in the dirt if I was coming off the edge, because it gives you that extra step. It's easier to create that speed. It's very rare to find guys with get-offs like Von Miller who can do it out of a 2-point. That is rare. It is a tough skill to have 0 false steps and to be threatening with those first 3 steps off the line of scrimmage. That's not an easy thing to do. It takes time to develop. The kid's better at a 3-point. There's no doubt about that. Is he most likely going to be a quote-unquote edge and not a defensive end? Yeah, most likely. Is this kid going to be asked to drop into the flat sometimes and things of that nature? Yeah, probably. But I think if you have a coordinator that has the right knowledge, who understands the strengths and weaknesses of the kid and allows him more times than not to have the hand in the dirt, that's going to allow you to get the most out of this kid. That I do know. So it is definitely worth talking about. And that's the reason why we talk about fit all the time. Sometimes it's not all about just the player. Sometimes it's about arriving in the right location with the right defensive coordinator and with a coach who has the right plan for you and how to utilize your talents. And that is just as important when it comes to this draft as just how talented individually the player is.
They talk about Arvell Reese post Super Bowl in the lead up to the draft, and you keep hearing edge. I look at him as a great linebacker who can also rush the passer as opposed to being a true edge rusher. Maybe he gets to that point, but I'm not drafting Arvell Reese as an edge rusher. I'm drafting him as a linebacker that can rush the passer, and maybe you develop him into an edge rusher. Just want your thoughts on that.
Oh, I agree 1,000%. I think this guy's a 2-point stand-up guy who you will be able to utilize in a blitz, and you can blitz the hell out of some tight ends and some backs with this kid from depth. I don't see him. The thing is, you guys have to also understand the timeline of an NFL team and how much time is a kid going to be given to develop at a certain position, to develop and show that he has and can do certain things. Pass rushing it doesn't just come like that. Yes, there are guys with that natural ability, but to be able to do that down in and down out, to ask a kid who wasn't doing that at a very high volume to come into the NFL and do that and develop pass rush moves and things like that, I don't think that's realistic for this kid. So I think for right now, to get the most out of him, he's a stand-up linebacker at that second level, and you can blitz the hell out of him if you want, because you see the way he blocks the structs, the running backs. I mean, they can't mess with him. He's throwing dudes to the left. He's swimming guys, doing what you want to see. Brian Cushing, like, you love that. So from that standpoint, I do think he's going to be a stand-up guy. But, man, he'll be able to be utilized in a ton of ways. This kid's a smart kid, understands defense, and like I said earlier, had the advantage of having a guy like Matt Patricia as his college coach, which I truly believe is going to set these guys up for success at the next level and give them a step ahead of others.
All of those points would make me so nervous if I was the Jets, though, because the Jets at 2. If you're thinking they go Arvell Reese or David Bailey, this is not a draft where it's a surefire defensive end guy that can pass the rush the passer. He's going to be a Pro Bowler in 3 years. A lot of these factors have to fall into place for these guys. Arvell Reese going to the Jets, if he needs to get developed, like, he's got to be with the perfect defensive coordinator that's going to make sure his skill set gets honed in. And if he's going to be, is he backer? Is he rushing the passer? I don't know. Like, that would give me that uncertainty if I was a Jets fan at 2. And then with David Bailey, great pass rusher. Wouldn't surprise me at all if he's elite. Not the best versus the run. And so, again, in the grand scheme of the number 2 overall pick, if you're thinking that they go one of those directions, like, and the Jets, we've had this story for the past, decade with them drafting like that. This could be another. I would be very anxious right now if I was in that Jets war room of what they're going to do.
I mean, go ahead. That's the fascinating part of this draft, though. It's just there's so many questions about we can pick apart every prospect, right? But I mean, there's just so many questions up and down this board.
Yeah, and I think if you also look at Arvell's path and the fact that, this isn't a guy who's a converted safety. He's a guy who's been a linebacker his entire career there at Ohio State. He's a guy who's physical. I don't think physicality is going to be an issue with this kid. And I think right now, with the way the game is going, the way the game is evolving, especially at the linebacker position, is that defensive coordinators right now value movement skills more than anything at the linebacker position. It's not the same way like when I came in the league, where guys had, if you were a Mike backer, you had to be 250 pounds coming downhill thumping. The game is evolving. The game is changing. It's more of a movement and space game. And that's the way the offensive coordinators in the league are scheming it up right now. And we are seeing a slight change. And that's kind of how football, that's why football is so interesting, is it constantly cycles with becoming pass happy and getting back to the run heavy. And we're starting to slowly go back to pound football and a run heavy, offenses and things of that nature. But from Arvell Reese's standpoint, I think the movement skills, and then you look at the Jets, they bring in a guy like Demario Davis. They've kind of gone the vet route across the board. Geno Smith's going to be a veteran-led team there, who I think will be able to bring this kid along really well. Especially, I know Demario personally. That's the kind of guy he is. Like, every linebacker in that room is going to be taking care of Demario. Selfless dude, wants everybody to succeed, wants to bring everyone along. So I think if he ended up landing in New York, I don't think there's a better place from that standpoint in terms of development and what he can do over there with AG.
Well, let me say this to the point of both Jason and Max. You talk about the window of development, and that window of development has shrunk in the NFL compared to where it was, 5-10 years ago. And that window of development is shrinking even further if you're the New York Jets, given the situation and the uncertainty with the coach after the 2026 season if things don't work out. So my question is, and I have my own opinions on it, which of the two, David Bailey or Arvell Reese, is more scheme versatile? If the Jets have a new coach and they go to a 4-3 in 2027, are you going to be happier if you drafted David Bailey this year, tonight, or Arvell Reese?
Oh, Arvell, no question. I don't even think it's close. I think Arvell is a more versatile player because, one, the kid can play at both levels of the football, whether it's on the line of scrimmage or back at too deep. I don't think David Bailey can do that. I think David Bailey would thrive a lot more in a 4-3 defense than a 3-4. He's a one back, one gap kind of player. He's got to be a penetrating player. That's how you want to play him if you want this kid to play the run very well. You don't want him all day long playing in a 6 technique, fighting with tight ends and double teams with the tights and with the tackles all day long. You want this guy in a wide 9. You want this guy firing off the edge using his speed, creating havoc. So from a versatility standpoint, I think that's Arvell all day long.
Yeah, I couldn't agree, which is why, I mean, we'll see what happens. But we should be the pick for the Jets tonight, in my opinion.
All right, we are going to bring Jason back in later, but before I let you go, Jason, I wanted to ask, just with, your Lions have been talking about a trade. How are you feeling about a Lions trade in this draft?
Well, look, we know Brad Holmes. Brad Holmes is going to go get a guy if he thinks that it is the best player or the right route for the team. Now, this is a Lions team that at the end of the day have a couple of holes right now. You look at Taylor Decker, who did not get re-signed. Penei Sewell may be moving to the left side. We don't know yet. Is he going to stay a right tackle? That's unsure. So I think, to me, if it ends up being a trade up, I can see them trading up and going and getting a guy like Proctor from Alabama. I know a lot of teams have him connected also to, Fano from Utah. Some people might have him as a number one guy. I heard Saban talk on College Game Day a lot about Proctor. Some people think that he's the number one guy, but I do think with the fact that they have Borum on the squad only at $5 million a year. I mean, you look at starting tackle salaries right now. I mean, we're looking between $20 and $30 million. So you're looking at starting a guy, if you were to get nobody, and Larry Borum at $5 million a year, that can be a liability. And then let me take it a step further. When you look at the structure of their offense and who they have been, you got Jared Goff standing there over there at quarterback. This team has been so good because they have had an offensive line that has been so solid. Jared Goff does not have escapability. Now, if you keep this kid clean, my goodness, he will pick you apart. So I think they're going to stick to who they are as an identity and go get an offensive lineman and shore up that offensive line, because I think, to me, it is great if you have all those weapons. You have Jamison Williams. You have Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jahmyr Gibbs, Sam Laporta. I mean, I can go on and on. But that don't mean nothing if you don't have time. You can't get that ball down the field. And you don't have a quarterback that is going to be able to consistently extend plays to get that ball to those guys. So that's why I think, for me, they go offensive line for sure. For sure. And then, defensively too, there's some holes. You lost Alex Anzalone. Do you pray that, maybe a guy like Jacob Rodriguez falls, or, maybe you go and get someone who I think could be a possible end of the second round or top of the third round, and a guy like Kyle Lewis over at Pitt, who I thought shined at the Senior Bowl. I mean, if you go look at those one-on-one reps against those running backs, like as linebackers, we look at those one-on-one reps as like an offensive drill, where these running backs have all the room and all the space to dance all day. Jacob Rodriguez, Kyle Lewis, you go back and watch that Senior Bowl tape of those one-on-ones, my goodness, it was strapped like a seatbelt right into that seat, So when you see those kind of movement skills and the ability to read routes, get hands on guys at the line of scrimmage, be physical, you love to see that. And then you look at the secondary of the Detroit Lions, are these guys going to come back and be the same players? I think that is the biggest question about this Detroit Lions team right now. You have a dude who's been an all-pro in Kirby Joseph, who I'm hearing reports of the knee kind of coming slowly and cartilage issues. I, as a player, I've dealt with cartilage issues. That's tough. That is a pain thing. Is he going to be able to come in and be game in and game out, be able to come back without having to take freaking Toradol every single game just to go out there and play? Then you got Brian Branch, who's coming off an Achilles as well. Is Brian Branch going to come back and be the same player that you're expecting him to be? Teron Arnold, who had a bumpy year, I felt last year, a little bit of off-field issues. And then they have, Ennis Rakestraw, who obviously got hurt as well. So they don't really know who he is just yet. So, I mean, there's even a possibility that, I'm not saying it'll be in the first or the second round, but that this team goes and gets a guy in the secondary, another defensive back. Even this Toledo safety, I absolutely love that Toledo safety. I'm freaking blanking on the name right now. I've been going through so many.
Emmanuel McNeil Warren.
McNeil Warren. Yeah.
My goodness, you go watch that tape. That's a dude. I don't care if the logo says Toledo. That's a dude. If you know ball, you go watch that tape. That's a dude right there. That's a dude who's going to come in, is going to start as a rookie. Like, flies off the freaking ball. Ball recognition, the ball skills, movement skills, plays physical as hell, which I love, which fits, the Dan Campbell style. So A lot of directions that team can go, but I do think the first pick will be an offensive tackle.
That is the most definitive love I've heard. I mean, listen, nobody's down per se on McNeil Warren, but that is the first definitive, most definitive love I've heard from him in the whole draft season.
Study the tape. I would be surprised if this kid doesn't get out of the first round. And there's a reason why they're not talking about it. They love that he went to Toledo. They want this kid to just slide under the radar. Nobody talk about him.
Portal. It's rare to hear those. Like, those are the types of guys that get snatched up by Ole Miss in the offseason. He's it down for the MAC.
Yeah, absolutely.
Lock and floor, you got a question for Cabinda before we let him go?
Well, we haven't really talked a whole lot about Sonny Styles, and I'm interested to see where you think he fits in here. Like, I don't think he's getting past the Giants at 5. Like, I think Denard Wilson, who I know pretty well, and that defense there, and like they saw what Kyle Hamilton did, and you're going to tell me, well, Kyle Hamilton's a safety, but I mean, Kyle Hamilton's basically a will linebacker for them who plays some slot, but Kyle Hamilton's not playing 25 yards, 30 yards downfield. What kind of a chess piece do you think Sonny Styles can be? And what do you think about him moving around, chasing matchups, letting him rush off the edge, letting him do some of that Micah Parsons stuff?
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily think he's going to be primarily a rusher in any sense at the next level. But you have to love the safety background. I mean, anytime you have a guy who played safety in college that grows into the linebacker position, it normally works out well. If we're being honest, it normally works out well. The big question with Sonny Styles, how well can he play against the run? And not only that, I personally think this kid's got to be in a 3-4 defense. He has got to be in front of defensive linemen who are going to two-gap and who are going to eat up blockers. Because if you can allow this kid to just run over the top and just ball hawk and find the ball and just get there, man, he'll make plays all day. He'll be all over the field. But if you put him in a true 4-3 where it's one back, one gap, he's got to, shock and shed dudes all day long, then I think it can be a different story, with this kid. So I think he is a guy who will thrive with the right fit. I also do think that, he's somewhat new to the position. I think it'll take him a year or two to truly develop and for us to see, what he'll truly be at the next level. But, I mean, we all know NFL coaches, they love the movement skills. They love speed. Speed you can't teach. We say it all the time. You can't teach speed. And he's got those things that guys just don't have. Now can it be molded? Can it be developed the right way? Because if it can, I think he can be a special player.
Jason Cabinda, hugely appreciate you joining us on the pre-show here. We will be talking to you a little bit later. We'll bring you back into the stream. Really appreciate you coming on the pre-show here.
Absolutely. I appreciate you guys.
Thanks, Jason.
See y'all soon.
All right. We are about 16 minutes from getting this puppy going. We do want to mention, first of all, we're getting a lot of action on social media. If you're seeing me on my phone, that's what I'm kind of monitoring. We're kind of monitoring what you're saying. So please share the streams. You like it, what you're seeing, share the streams. We also want to let you know you're going to get the picks first here. Tony, speak a little bit to that.
Well, I mean, we will, as I'm sure Jason knows, we will get the picks first. We will have the picks, announce the picks here anywhere from 30 seconds to 3 minutes before they are announced on the network. So you will know who your favorite team, another team announces as soon as the picks come in, which we will have them.
You guys in a fancy group chat? How do I get added to this thing?
I don't even know if I should say how the sausage is made. The teams have an internal ticker and they get it in real time. So if you're in a team war room and that pick is officially in, so there's anybody who's got access to it. I'll never forget the time I'm in Radio City Music Hall and my phone rings and it's, can you hold for Roger Goodell? And I got screamed at for tipping. But at the time, like, no one said you couldn't do it. You know what I mean? And I had some buddies who worked for teams, and they're like, "Oh yeah, I can get you to it, and I can get it to you in real time." Like, how are you gonna get? I just figured, the networks, and I was working at a network. I figured the networks got it first. No, the teams get it first. Anyhow.
It's easier to say I'm sorry than ask for permission. Remember that.
Yeah. I don't even think I didn't even apologize.
that.
I was just like, and then immediately the phone was like back to a PR guy. And the PR guy was screaming at me. And I'm like, well, dude, nobody told me. Like, whatever.
I thought I was just doing my job.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Anyhow.
I love that.
Now I'm in my basement and nobody's calling me from the league. So that's good.
That's awesome. That's awesome. In terms of Tony, in terms of the biggest storyline, the biggest wish list for you as we get ready here for the draft, what are you wanting to see first out of the gate here?
Well, I mean, what do I want to see? I want to see it go smoothly and quickly, so we're not. It's not a 5-hour show. I mean, I want nice tempo. I want nice pace. I don't want to see a gazillion trades. But as far as the biggest storylines, what are the Jets doing at number 2? I mean, people in the league as of an hour ago still thought the pick was going to be David Bailey, but there are people from team that plays in the same stadium, Jets, who think they could take Arvell Reese. So the fact that we still don't know who the second pick of the draft is, is a huge story. One of the other stories is, we mentioned it with Jason. Did the Browns trade? Which team in the top 10 trades up and or down? And I think the storyline that we may be talking about throughout the evening, where does Jared McCoy go? I mean, I wrote a piece that's posted on Essentially Sports, basically as this live stream started, that the news I hear from about Gerard McCoy and the medicals on the knee continues to get worse and worse and worse. And there's a chance a guy that we thought could contend, if not for the first cornerback to be the first cornerback selected in the draft, to be a top 12 pick. There's a very good chance he could still be on the board when the show is done and the first round is over.
Who? Jason, how about you?
Well, I feel for that young man. And sometimes, so he has the workout, and the agents and people are working sort of everybody over in the media, and you're hearing how great it is. And I did talk to a GM who wasn't there, and I'm like, what kind of reports did you get? And he's like, well, it looked pretty good, but our medical people are still going to have to, do more digging. Yeah, I mean, it would be. You feel for a kid who gets hurt, and then he gets a sort of flicker that maybe I'm going to be all right anyway. And now, to Tony's point, I'm right there with him. I don't think he's going to go nearly as high as I would have said, 3-4 weeks ago. But yeah, look, I think how many trades actually happen in the top 10? How many of the teams that have 2 picks actually in the first round actually use both?
Yeah,
both picks.
I mean,
I look at the receivers. I'm fascinated to see. I feel like there's been so much chatter on Carnell Tate, or do you go Jordan Tyson? Who's the top guy? And to me, I love the next 4 guys just as much. And maybe this is the college football analyst in me coming out, but you talk about Casey Concepcion, Omar Cooper Jr., Lemon out of USC, more towards the back end of the first round. Do those guys, I mean, it's a classic example. All it takes is one offensive coordinator to fall in love with one playmaker and say, this guy could totally change how I'm calling plays. And do they trade up to get him? Does there become a run on those guys? Obviously, positions like a left tackle or a pass rusher are more premium, but I just think there's been so much chatter about those first 2 receivers and where they land. I think we could see more on the back end of the first. I'm fascinated to see where they land, and Jeremiah Love too. I mean, running back, is he 3 at Arizona? Does he slide? Arguably the best, maybe pound for pound football player in this draft, but again, not at a premier position. If you're Arizona, new head coach, new regime, on paper, you don't like starting out drafting a running back because you'd like having the left tackle, the quarterback, but that might not be in this draft for the Cardinals. Do they try to trade? Do they trade back into the end of the first to maybe double up and get a Ty Simpson? The Cardinals are a team that's fascinating to me as well.
Max, I got to ask you a question as a college football analyst and a former football player. How much does the hamstring, the injury history of Jordan Tyson, how much of that, if you were a general manager, how much of a red flag would that be for you?
It's a big red flag, without a doubt. I mean, I would want to understand. Anytime I always saw soft tissue issues with teammates, sometimes you have to wonder about work ethic in terms of, are they taking care of their body? Because usually if you're a soft tissue guy, it might be the guy that's maybe not taking care of his business. Not saying that's Jordan Tyson, but that's where my former player mind goes with that. But I think the upside with Tyson is fascinating. And to me, Tyson, where he differs from Tate is an X receiver all day long. What that means is he's an outside lane guy. Give him on go balls, dig routes, comebacks, a slant route kind of thing. But with Tyson, depending on where he goes, I think he could be an effective slot receiver. I think he could be an effective, your number one receiver on a team. Or I think if you got into a loaded receiver room, I think he could also play the X receiver and be maybe that third option more along the role of a Carnell Tate. So I think the difference there is with Tate, as a play caller, you have to be very specific of, this is the specific role that I'm putting Carnell Tate in. Versus with Tyson, I think you can get more creative, move him around, and you're betting on more of the upside thing. But the hamstring is very real, especially if you're talking about him as a top 10 pick. If you get in towards the teens, I think the value for Tyson is worth it. You're going to see some of those teams. Is it Kansas City or LA? Do they take a flyer on Tyson? If it drops down that far, I bet they do.
We are, what's the ticker? About 8 minutes away. I feel like I'm doing countdown to the Oscars here. About 8 minutes away, guys, from the start of the first round. Give me a sleeper, Jason. Give me a sleeper pick that you feel is going to go in this first round.
Well, look, I have thought all along, based on talking to people who evaluate for a living, who I trust, who don't normally lie to me, that this gap between the two tight ends is not as extreme as it's being led to believe, or that a lot of mock drafts were projecting. So I know everyone's talking about back end of the first round and that being Simpson territory, but I think Eli Stowers has a shot to go tonight, and maybe even it's 31 at New England if they stay there. Like, I don't care about the designation. Well, he doesn't block. Is he really a tight end? I think he'll go win for you downfield in the slot. I think he does some things athletically that not everybody can do. And I think the wide receivers will probably be fairly picked through. And yeah, could there be, a smaller guy, someone who's, a Zay Flowers type left on the board at receiver? I mean, maybe, but I don't know. I've talked to people who say that in this draft, like, is he a first rounder in most drafts? No. But like in this draft, if he stands out for you and you don't think he's that different than Sadiq, and you could get him 15 picks after Sadiq, I think he could go tonight.
All right, I'm going to audible, and we're gonna give you a taste of the fan interaction that we're going to bring you from around the country. We want to bring in we've got correspondents at the first 5 picks. We want to bring in VJ from Las Vegas. VJ, what's going on at the Raiders party?
It's going great, man. We're live here at Hole in One Sports Bar and Grill. As you can see, you got Raider fans all over the place. And for the number 1 pick in the NFL 2026 draft, taking place in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, they're rather. I tell you this, you can feel a little nervousness because the last time the Raiders had the number 1 pick, we don't have to remind anybody, and I'm pretty sure they don't want to hear it again here either, what happened with that overall number 1 pick here. But a lot of excitement here out Vegas, a lot of Raider fans. The drinks are flowing, the nachos are flowing, the tacos are flowing. It's red, it's black, and silver all around me. Spiked shoulder pads like there was LOD, Hawk and Animal back in the WWF days. It's exciting out here, man. I'm excited. I'm ready to go. Thank you for having me.
Well, we asked for a taste. VJ Husky definitely gave us gave us some spice. We can't wait to talk to you more in just a couple minutes here, VJ. But yeah, we've got correspondence here at all 5 of the top picks. As we roll down to the about a 4-minute mark here, let's get back in terms of sleepers, Tony. In terms of surprises, what do you think will happen. Are we going chalk at this point, or do you see any surprises?
I'll give you two names. One guy I've spoken about the past couple of weeks, and this basically fits in what Jason and I were talking about, as many as 10 offensive linemen ending up in round one. Keelan Rutledge, the big offensive guard from Georgia Tech, who's had a great pre-draft process. I mean, he comes into the season graded as a 7th-round pick. He had a terrific senior campaign at Georgia Tech. He was outstanding at the Senior Bowl. Not only the coaches, but his opponents who we went up against in the one-on-ones, just gushed about how outstanding was, how he's explosive, how he plays hard in every down. Then he had a good combine. Keelan Rutledge could end up in the bottom half of round one, as I said in the article at the Essentially Sports. Potentially the Seahawks, potentially the Houston Texans, who need a right guard, are looking at Keelan Rutledge late in round one. And the other kid who's made a big move up draft boards, and I'm sure Max has watched him play a lot, Treydon Stukes, the defensive back from the University of Arizona. He's got cornerback size, but he plays like a safety. He had a great combine, ran 4.33. You can use him at nickel. You can use him at outside corner. You could use him as a safety over the slot receiver. A lot of people think I'm hearing teams. I'm hearing the Chiefs, the Seahawks, the Miami Dolphins are all looking at him potentially in the bottom of round one. And again, Treydon Stukes, like Keelan Rutledge, are two guys who literally, 4 to 6 weeks ago, no one was talking about them as late first-round picks. And there's a real possibility either of them, if not both of them, land in the top 32 tonight.
Cowboys potentially drafting a wide receiver was just talked about on the networks, Max.
Yeah.
Jerry Jones likes the fanfare. I mean, they're in that slot, right? Picking at what is it, 12?
12 and 20.
Right. 12 and 20. Like, that's where, and I think we're going to be talking about that a lot of, a pick might not make sense for a team sitting at 7, but if you drop at 12, the value might be there to get somebody. Yeah, just to my point that I made earlier, so much focus on the top two guys, and then Mekhi Lemon, based off the goofiness at the combine interviews, he's been kind of that third, like picked in there as that third guy, maybe the Rams at that next spot. But the two guys behind that, Casey Concepcion and Omar Cooper, they're not big receivers. They're not going to be incredibly athletic necessarily like Jordan Tyson. I mean, Concepcion's got the quick twitch and he's all over the field. But just those were two guys living in the college football world that were so fun to break down and dynamic guys. And I know how offensive coordinators think, and especially teams, as you get into the teams that might not have these glaring needs, where you're able to plug in a playmaker that can change your offense. That's fascinating to me. And then Jason talked about the tight end position as well. Kenyon Sadiq is that number one guy. If we fast forward and the Chiefs are sitting there, and you're telling me we have Andy Reid thinking about what he could do with Kenyon Sadiq as the fill-in young Travis Kelce type of guy. Obviously, they have other needs. They could go corner. They could go secondary. They could go offensive line. But again, as creative of a play caller as you get in the NFL, as creative of a tight end as you can get in this draft. And really, I mean, I know we had Brock Bowers a couple years ago, but both those guys are so unique because you can sit in the same exact personnel group and have Kenyon Sadiq operate as your slot receiver. And it can just put a ton of pressure on a defense. He's a guy that I love. And again, if it comes to the Chiefs, like, that's where that conversation starts getting interesting with some of the pass catchers.
Well, I just want to get back to the Cowboys, potentially drafting a receiver. And I want to get Jason's take on this. I've been saying the past week, they want defense. They need defense. But if they can't get into the top 10, if they can't trade into the top 10, they're basically locked out of defense. And at 12, unless they're going to roll the dice on a guy like Dylan Thieneman, they're locked out of the top pass rushers, the top cornerbacks, especially with the injury to Jermod McCoy, which I think is part and parcel would facilitate basically a switch in plans to the receiver position.
Yeah, well, I think they better double down on defense. I think they better get real about their liabilities. I mean, they score 38 points on everybody, and it doesn't matter. They could take a safety, Tony. Like Downs could still be there. Like there might be every safety there. I don't know. At least, I mean, maybe. I mean, are we absolutely positively positive that the LSU corners definitely gone. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, I think he could go DB there, and then at 20, like, take a shot. Okay, Mesidor's 25 years old. I don't want to take him, at 12. I don't want to take him at 14. But, like, could they address pass rush there and grab the best defensive back on their board at 12 and call that a win? Because you're not going to have to move up to get, at worst, maybe the second best DB available. And Lord knows they need help at all three levels on defense.
I'd be, I understand what you're saying about Delane, but with the injury to McCoy, you look at Washington at 7, New Orleans at 8, Kansas City at 9. I mean, to me, that's the sweet spot for Mansour Delane. And then if Caleb Williams happens to still be on the board at number 10, I can't see John Harbaugh letting him slide by.
We are officially out of pre-show mode, gentlemen. The terrible towels are waving in Pittsburgh. Commissioner Goodell is at the podium to make his annual address. I can't hear the boos.
He's got to be booed. He's definitely getting
got to
booed.
be some boos. They're only shockingly they're only showing the cheers on NFL Network, Jason.
Wow. Again, I guess what I was going to say, they don't really work for the league anymore, but you do. You're just owned by ESPN, but you're still basically the league. I mean, ESPN and the league is basically the same thing now. So, yeah, away we go. I just hope that the Raiders don't milk this for the whole 8 minutes. You know what I mean? Like, could we get the show on the road and just call Mendoza's name and let's do this?
I mean, no, the show on the road is, I mean, they're going to have all kinds of ceremonies. They'll sing the national anthem as they should. So I don't think the Raiders will be called to the clock till about 8:10. And then I'm with Jason. Get the card up. We know who it's going to be. It's not like, if you remember the Kyler Murray year, when we all knew it was going to be Kyler Murray, and they showed the Arizona Cardinals war room, and they joked about how they were all stone-faced and just waiting. I mean, everybody knew who the pick was going to be. I'm with Jason. Once Goodell calls the Raiders to the clock, get the card up, and let's get moving with the real action at number 2.
Amen, brother.
They are getting it going here. I have not seen the clock on yet. Goodell is still addressing, but let's go back to Las Vegas. Let's go back and get the vibe once again. And BJ Husky, what's going on, BJ?
It's outstanding, man. I'm doing great out here. The anticipation. In the waste time, but I'm gonna be honest with you. I want them to milk it as much as they can. Take it all the way down in 1 second. Let the theatrics that come along with the NFL draft. No, the party don't start at number 2. The party starts at number 1. And you ask these fans that you see here behind me, trust maybe they trade the pick and we don't know about it. Maybe they want to back out. Maybe they want to get into the quarterback sweepstakes of next year. I'm just saying, guys. But let's get it going.
Nice try. Hey, listen, I appreciate you trying to create some drama here, BJ. I don't think that's happening. I feel like I've got 2 of the best insiders in the country on the screen right now. And if there was any inkling of that happening, you probably would have heard it by now.
Hey, listen, man. I just like creating drama. Listen, you don't want to watch the movie that you already know the ending. Like, Gotti was a great movie, but you know Sammy the Bull Gravano was going to snitch on him in the end. It was all for the true start. I don't mind a little drama, but you guys are right. Listen, this could be the best pick for him. They did the smart thing by going to get Kirk Cousins. I believe it's Spytek is the GM here. Remember, he was instrumental in bringing Brady to the Bucs. You have Brady here now. Last year was a wash. It was a bad thing. Offensive coordinator, head coach, quarterback, all now gone. Start over, bringing in a veteran. But this is the guy of this draft to bring in and start with this franchise here. You got a bull behind you and Ashley Jensen you can throw it to. You got the best tight end in football in Brock Bowers. You have some weapons here. It's going to take a few years, but there's no drama. You guys are right. As soon as he says they're on the clock, they need to turn the card on. We know this is Mendoza, Stephen Mendoza from Indiana. Coming off 16-0 national championship.
What's the vibe? What's the vibe behind you? Is everybody excited about Mendoza?
Nah, the vibe is kind of, the juice is just starting to flow.
The vibe is Vegas.
It's a great look. It's a Raider ball. How do you think the vibe is going to be out here in Vegas? But it's exciting because you get a chance to restart your franchise. And when you take the quarterback number 1 overall last year, go look at the last 4. You can go back to the top one out there for this year's XFL. You need a quarterback. And if you don't have one, you have no shot. The Raiders think they got to try to get a generational guy right here. So the vibe behind me is great. It's tremendous. Like I said, the drinks are flowing, the nachos, the hot dogs. I'm getting some of the quick tacos just walk by me. It's all good out here in Vegas, man. They're ready to take Mendoza number 1.
Awesome job, VJ. Appreciate you chiming in from Vegas. Guys, you see the needs on the board. I mean, there's 3 other positions of need, Max.
All those fans have no scar tissue from the Jamarcus Russell days because they were in a different.
Oh boy,
they're only they're all upside with this. But no, I mean, like I said in the open, I think Raiders, in terms of if you're picking number 1 overall, in terms of the supporting cast that Fernando Mendoza is walking into, I mean, you gotta like what you have there, and you're reaping the benefits of the risk of last year taking Ashton Genty as high as they did. Oh, running back, is this the right time? If it doesn't work, you can be picking in a spot where you can get your franchise guy, and it's one of those things where maybe 3 years from now, they're one of the best backfield combos, quarterback, running back in the NFL. That's got to be the hope if you're the Raiders, but this is an easy decision. No drama. Got to go Fernando Mendoza. The drop between him to the next quarterback is way larger than years past. He's got to be your guy.
Tony, what do you feel in terms of what Max said in terms of if Caleb, if Jalen, if Drake was in this draft, he'd be behind those guys?
Oh, I would agree. I mean, they in some instances they were more physically gifted. They were better on their feet. In the case of Jaden Daniels, he had a significantly larger body of work. He did it in the SEC. So I would have, in that draft, definitely had Fernando Mendoza as the 4th quarterback. I also would have definitely had him ahead of J.J. McCarthy and Mike Penix and Bo Nick. So I would agree. And that was a quarterback-stacked draft. But I also think that Mendoza is going into the perfect situation with the Raiders, with Clint Kubiak. That's part of the reason why he took the job there. He's going to get his quarterback to mold. I think it's a good situation for franchise, for player, for head coach.
Jason.
Yeah, I look, I don't think we've talked enough about the Raiders actually having a functional offseason. Like, be one thing if they did typical Raiders stuff and now they take this kid and it's an untenable situation, and they let Pete Carroll hang around for another year because they were sick of paying, coaches to go away, and they didn't bring in Linderbaum. And like, there's a lot of ways you could look at this and say he's going there to fail, because there's a reason why quarterbacks have gone there to fail by and large, except for a little bit of Derek Carr the last 25 years. And it's not all on those individuals. But like, they had a cogent offseason plan. They executed it. They spent big money on guys, but I like some of the mid-tier stuff they did. And okay, they've actually got the semblance of an offensive line. I'll be interested to see, is that a team that tries to move up a few spots to get somebody at the end of today who they really like? Because like you add a serviceable tackle to what they have at one tackle and now what they have at center, and all of a sudden that running back's going to flourish. And I think Kubiak will unlock some things, and they have a chance to be, again, I'll say functional, which is a big step in the right direction for that franchise.
There's a lot of handshaking going on in the war room.
Question for you guys, if you don't mind, here from Vegas, being that we do have the number 1 pick here. I have a chance to listen to the great analysis that has been given during the pre-show. Do you think there's any chance that this is a pick? I mean, we know it's for the future, but if Mendoza get a legitimate shot to start, do you ease him in behind Uncle Kirk, who's the veteran, smartly that they went and signed to be, I guess, his mentor? Or do you just throw him into the fire, let him compete from the beginning, and you ease him in, and you let Kirk start first 8 or 9 games, and if it falls off, then you go to the
I mean, I have play with here, Tony.
Yeah, I absolutely think they made. I thought they were going to keep Geno Smith as a mentor, but then again, Geno Smith was Pete Carroll's guy, and they don't want any. They want to get rid of the remnants of Pete Carroll. So I think signing Kirk Cousins was a great move. I spoke with Kirk Cousins' agent the other day, and he himself told me best thing for Mendoza because he's more of a pocket passer. He's not your RPO guy. They may take a little bit more time to assimilate. Is let him sit behind Kirk Cousins, let him learn behind Kirk Cousins. The Raiders aren't expected to win this year. They're not playing for 2026. So I think hands down, it was a good move to bring Kirk Cousins in, and I think it's a situation where you bring Mendoza along. You don't throw him into the fire. Look what the Giants did with Jackson Dart last season.
Yeah,
absolutely. And it's a stabilization of the organization after the futility of the Max Crosby trade.
Totally. And one thing I don't think we talk about enough is that we're always talking about physical traits. For quarterback success, so much of it comes down to the intangibles. And you talk about a guy like personality makeup wise that's comparable to Fernando Mendoza. It's Kirk Cousins. Like Kirk Cousins was a great mentor for Michael Penix. I would have said the same exact comment 2 years ago. But it's a different personality, at least from an outsider's perspective. I've had all of 2 conversations with those guys. But with Fernando and Kirk, they're very much like 2 peas in the pot. Like you could make a reality TV show around the Raiders quarterback room. But my point there is that
Turkey and quirky.
Exactly. From a mentor standpoint.
Because Turkey is a little quirky too. You're absolutely right. Like, yeah.
And that matters. That's not just like lip service. I think from a growth, you're in a new city. Your number one quarterback, pressure's on his shoulder. That's another thing with Fernando Mendoza, too, that's different than Cam Ward and Caleb Williams. With Cam Ward and Caleb Williams the past 2 years, those guys had all the pressure and all the responsibility to carry their entire offense. I think Fernando Mendoza was insulated a little bit at Indiana in terms of you had 2 big-time receivers on the outside. I think opposing defensive coordinators, when you're game planning for Indiana, you had to worry about the run game first and what they could get after you that ways. And yes, Fernando Mendoza balled out and was the Heisman Trophy winner, but that's going to be an adjustment period to him too, going to the NFL. Obviously, he's got weapons around him, but Kirk being there is bigger than just, oh, this guy's had a nice NFL career and he's a good backup option. No, it's a mentorship, a human side as well.
The pick's official. The pick is official. Fernando Mendoza is now officially a Raider. The Jets are technically on the clock at this point. It's been made.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
All right, the Jets.
I was looking right here real good. If you saw me, I had the camera moving around, flags waving in the background. A lot of excitement out here. Let's go, Mendoza! Yeah, see, it's out here already from Mendoza, man. You got people that love this pick. And let's listen to you gentlemen talk about Kirk Cousins. Thank you for answering my question. I totally 100% agree with you. There is no rush for Mendoza. This is his rookie year. This is your future. But also, gentlemen, whether it's tampering or whatever rules people want to try to throw at him, he's not just being mentored by Kirk Cousins. He's being also mentored by Good. That's the guy I believe is really going to mentor. Man, there's a great pick for the Raiders to start off. And once again, a lot of great energy here out in Vegas for their home Raiders to the number 1 pick. Mendoza, no drama there, guys.
All right, thank you, VJ. 4 minutes now. We're down on the clock to the Jets. We're going to take you to our Jets correspondent, Keith McPherson. What's going on in the Jets party?
Yo, I see you guys. We're actually out here in Giants land, which is always better because they're the A team. But we do have a Jets fan out here. I've seen a couple Jets fans, and I don't know. It's fun. Let me see. Let me pass this off to show you guys the environment a little bit. We're out here at Hudson Yards. FIFA kicked the Giants out of Giants Stadium, so they're out here at the Vessel. And, the Giants fans are super excited about who knows who they're going to pick. The Jets fans are super excited about. The Jets fans are never excited. What am I talking about?
Wow.
I mean, the Jets got a lot to be excited about with this pick, Tony.
I talked to a couple Jets fans.
I mean, you hope, but you hope that this is a start and they make the right pick. But, go back to what we said with Jason. Are they making the pick for 2026 or are they making the pick for moving forward? There's a lot to be played out. In fact, they have 2 selections tonight. They should be able to help their team.
Jason, where would you go with this pick?
Me, I would want to be. I'd want to trade out of this pick, to be honest with you. I don't know that there's as much separating some of these kids as others. If somebody wanted to move up even a little bit and make this decision for me, Reese or Bailey or whatever, we move down a little more and Styles and other people come into play. Like I wouldn't be averse to that at all. I don't love this spot. And look, you talk about, right? We just talked about Mendoza. I mean, we know that the whole tankathon and how close these things end up being. Like, imagine if it was the Jets with their chance to take Mendoza and the level of
Jets
excitement
fan, come on, Jets.
and all that.
Step into the frame.
I think they're in a weird spot, man. I really do. Like,
Let's go, Jets.
I love
Team
where
in
they
New
are.
York.
I completely agree too. And you're also, if you take one of these edge rushers, like we talked about, half an hour ago, their skill sets are very particular. David Bailey, I guess they're versatile, but the point there is, they have to be molded to a specific scheme. And if you're changing head coaches in a year because you're not winning and you don't have a quarterback, then you're in no man's land with this pick a little bit. So I think you can sell yourself on the upside of some of these guys. If it is Arvell Reese, you can sell yourself on how explosive David Bailey is. But from like a pound for pound value perspective, if I'm a Jets fan, I don't like this spot.
Pick is in. I'm
Jeff,
just waiting for confirmation.
What are you hearing?
Confirmation. Let's keep talking and I'll get some confirmation.
Absolutely, Jeff. Can we get Keith off the screen here so we can concentrate on the pick?
All right. Well, I think I got my confirmation, and it looks like the New York Jets, from what I'm hearing, are selecting David Bailey, the edge rusher from Texas Tech.
Texas Tech by way of Stanford.
It is indeed David Bailey. He's walking down the path now. David Bailey. The hype was legit. David Bailey, the Texas Tech edge, is headed to the New York Jets.
Couple of things on this selection. We broke the news earlier this week that everybody in the league was saying it was going to be David Bailey. Personally, I'm not too sure about this pick, and go back to what we said with Jason. I mean, David Bailey is an outstanding edge rusher. I think this pick was made basically on what the returns are going to be in 2026 because Aaron Glenn needs immediate returns. He's a guy that's going to start week 1 and going to produce week 1, and David Bailey should be able to do that as a pass rusher. My concern, though, is that if Aaron Glenn is not coaching after 2026 because they have a poor season and the Jets move to a 4-3, that kind of negates the selection of David Bailey here. That's why I think Arvell Reese, who is an outstanding player, is the number 1 player on the Essentially Sports big board, would have been the better choice for the Jets.
Yeah, I mean, they've been so dysfunctional for so long, and they getting football operations aligned with the coaching staff, and then at times when they've had it for a minute, then Woody intervenes, and so everybody there is always in cover your ass mode, right? Everybody's always looking over their shoulders. So if I got a kid who I feel better about coming in week 1 and filling an immediate need, then that's what we're going to push. GM and coach, everybody's going to be aligned on that one. And so that's why I sort of mocked Bailey there, because I think they're going to want to be able to show their fans we didn't completely F this up, and we got him on the field early, and he's going to run into some sacks. And so I kind of feel like that's where they would go. But like we were just saying, I really think this was a bit of a no man's land for them. Like, I think this is a team that really needed in position to get a quarterback, or in this draft, the way this thing sets up, it was going to be tricky for them. And nobody wanted to make this decision for him, and so they made it themselves.
The irony is Woody Johnson has been rightfully chastised for getting too involved, and this probably was a situation where he may have or should have gotten involved and said, listen, let's not take the player just best for 2026. Let's take the player that's going to be good for 2026, 2027, 2028.
3 minutes and 24 seconds left on the clock for the Cardinals at number 3, where the intrigue now begins. Are we going to see a trade here?
This is interesting because the Cardinals wanted David Baylor, or at least Monty Ossenfort wanted the edge. Now, what do the Cardinals do? In the mocks, we said Jeremiah Love. Maybe Jason could add into this. I've heard that the owner likes Jeremiah Love. There has been some talk recently about taking Francis Mauioga, the tackle, with this selection. I don't believe it because it's a bit of a reach, but that talk has been getting a little bit louder. Do they take Arvell Reese? Go back to what Jason said. Jason, I'm glad he said it because we're on the same path. Arvell Reese is not a pure edge rusher. He's a linebacker that can rush the passer. And as I said earlier this week, the Cardinals have had a lot of problems with those hybrid type players, trying to, turn safeties into linebackers into pass rushers. So a very interesting pick. And obviously we got to talk about the specter of a trade here.
90 seconds technically on the clock here. By the way, David Bailey, the first Texas Tech player selected in the top 5 in the common draft era. So congratulations to David Bailey. And as you guys said, welcome to the dysfunction.
Yeah. Don't worry about kissing up to your bosses all that much because you're probably going to have new ones 9 months from now. Yeah.
Well, the irony is, I mean, imagine if David Bailey has a knockout rookie season, post double digits.
Yeah.
The Jets win 3 or 4 games, and then they fire Aaron Glenn at the end of the season. What have you accomplished?
All right, Tyler Vasquez is with us from Arizona. What's the vibe in Arizona, Tyler?
I think everyone's a little surprised. I think everybody was banking on the Cardinals to trade back, and right now we see the pick is in. So everyone is a little optimistic right now, and I think everyone's a little afraid. We've been burned by the Reese-type players before, the kind of hybrid, making a move type guys on defense, whether it was Isaiah Simmons, whether it was Zaven Collins. So right now, I think everyone's a little scared that that's about to be the pick. A lot of people want Jeremiah Love, even though the running back room is crowded. So it's going to be very interesting here. And, well, the pick's in, so it should be here any second. We're about to find out who the newest Arizona Cardinal is.
The pick is in. There does not appear to be a trade happen, although it could be. The card could be saying trade, but we're going to see here in just a couple seconds. What do you think? Where do you think they're going, Jason?
It is not a trade. The Arizona Cardinals have selected Jeremiah Love.
Wow.
Wow.
Notre Dame.
Getting themselves a weapon.
Yeah, get weapon. And honestly, once Love.
Oh, you hear it in the background. Yep.
Let's get Tyler's reaction.
Tyler, how what's the vibe? I heard a lot of cheers.
I think everyone likes the idea that you take who's highly regarded as the best player in the draft. And the Cardinals need weapons across the board. I get we had other holes, but at the end of the day, I think everyone's just excited. Take the best player and make it work. And it's not worked in Arizona for a very long time. So at this point, take as many blue chippers as you can.
What's remarkable to me is 10 years ago, drafting a running back top 5 would have been a cardinal sin.
Right.
And then you had
no pun intended.
Yeah, there we go. And then like Christian McCaffrey broke that a little bit, Saquon Barkley, Bijan Robinson. And then now we're not flinching twice. And I know we've talked about, hey, maybe a little bit of a weaker draft and you're just, drafting best player available. But a running back going 3 to a team that has a brand new head coach and a division that is competitive, has the Super Bowl champ and the Rams that were right there as well. Yet the cornerstone piece they're going with in 2026 as a running back speaks to how talented he is, but all the other aspects as well.
Okay, Tony, they took Love. Okay, they took. Does this? And they didn't make a trade. Does this say to you they're going to trade back in for Simpson at the end of the round?
Well, I think they're going to attempt to do that, regardless of whether they trade this pick down or take Love as I had predicted in the mock first round.
Yep,
First thing is, let's go back to the selection. I mean, number one, I thought all along this was a smart selection. We had Paige Diamakis, and I asked her about it, and that was months ago because I thought that looking at the board, looking at what people were saying that they were going to take a right tackle with the third pick of the draft, which would have been a massive reach. Love made the most sense. He is the best player available. They need to collect good players. If they couldn't trade down, and it'll be interesting to see if they got any offers and what those offers are. If they couldn't trade down, you've got to start collecting really good players. And Arvell Reese, the gentleman from Arizona mentioned it. We talked about it before. Too much of a hybrid player, real good linebacker, but they want edge rushers, and he's just too much of a hybrid risk for me. I still think not only the Cardinals will trade back into the bottom part of round one for Ty Simpson, I think there'll be plenty of opportunity because there's going to be a lot of teams that want to move out.
Tyler, before we let you go, what are your thoughts? Have you got the vibe of the room at all in terms of the Cardinals trading back in for Simpson?
Why don't we ask? Ladies and gentlemen, do we want to trade back in and get Ty Simpson at the end of the round one? I got some people behind me saying
lukewarm.
Are you the DJ at the party, Tyler?
Yeah, I'm everything right now. So what happened was I asked them a second ago how they feel about Jeremiah Love, and everyone went nuts. When I asked about Ty Simpson right now, the people directly behind me were in on it, not the masses. So we'll see.
All right, our 5-tool prospect there in Arizona, Tyler Vasquez. Huge thanks to you for joining us. We move on to the 4th pick, the Tennessee Titans. Let's capture the mood in Tennessee with our correspondent, Angel Massa. What's the vibe in Tennessee? Talk to us.
Hey, what's going on here in Nashville? But the vibe is everybody pretty much heard that Jeremiah Love just got selected. Most people, the mind set out on him. So I guess we're going to have to move on to the next best option, probably better Reese, moving day, something like that.
It's certain. I mean, all the talk about Love going to the Titans, Tony. It certainly seems like that's going to, now defense would seem to be the focus here.
I think it was going to be defense all along, and I think Robert Saleh is one very happy man right now because he has two outstanding linebackers to choose from, either Arvell Reese or Sonny Styles. And I think it's going to be Sonny Styles because Saleh's had great success with this type of linebacker, this speedy sideline to sideline linebacker that chews up speed, chews up a lot of ground in a short amount of time. As somebody said to me when we talked about the Titans pick, the best way to improve your defense is get a fast Mike. And that's exactly what Sonny Styles is. I like Arvell Reese better. I have him higher rated. But as Jason said, scheme plays into it. And I think that, Styles is a better scheme fit for Robert Saleh. Now, that being said, if the Titans, in fact, do go Arvell Reese, they get another outstanding linebacker because, remember, when he was in New York, Saleh had great success with C.J. Mosley. He can't go wrong here. He's got to be very, very happy. I don't think that they're all that upset that Jeremiah Love is off the board because Robert Saleh is going to get one heck of a defensive player to plug in to his system.
Let's go back to Angel. Angel, if you had your choice there, which way would you go with the defensive pick here?
I'm going Reese all day. Like you guys said, Richard Bailey's a little bit more. I don't know. For some reason, I just like Arvell Reese, man. But the pick is in. Here we go.
We shall see. We shall see. Jason, what are your thoughts here in terms of the way to go?
Well, I would take Styles. I just
the pick is in. Wow. Get ready for this. I'm sorry, Jason.
No, go ahead.
Carnell Tate, wide receiver.
What?
Interesting.
I was going to say, Saul looked a little nervous in the war room.
What?
He was a little uneasy. This is the sign of getting your number 1 overall pick from a year ago. Go get him a weapon.
Wow.
Oh, boy. But how many drafts?
About going off the chalk here. Wow.
How many drafts would a receiver who ran that 40 time go in the top 4?
Over those 2 outstanding Ohio State linebackers.
This is a real, and even, okay, at 3, everybody knew that pick's for sale. That pick's been for sale for a while because they're like the Jets. They'd really rather have somebody make it for them. And they obviously couldn't get anything for the running back. So, I mean, as great as the running back might be, the market wasn't willing to pay a certain price. And I don't think the price was that high, especially if you only were coming from 7 or something like that.
I like Carnell Tate. I think he's an outstanding receiver. This reeks of Corey Davis. You remember the year that Corey Davis out of Western Michigan with the 5th pick of the draft, and what a bust that turned out to be.
What a reach! Yeah, I mean,
I think that this has Corey Davis written all over it. I was wrong. I'm sure a lot of other people were wrong because no one expected Carnell Tate to be here. I've said all along, and I'll stand by it. I like these receivers. But any receiver that was a top 10, never mind a top 5 pick, was a significant reach. And to take the Ohio State offensive player before any of the Ohio State defensive players went, I wonder what kind of odds you would have gotten on that in Vegas.
And by the way, in terms of, I mean, we were talking about Saleh. What does this say in terms of Saleh's immediate control of the Titans' future here when they go wide receiver?
I think it says Saleh didn't love the defensive players because
exactly. I think I mean Bogdanovich. I'm sure he makes the picks, but I'm sure he let Saleh have his say on it. So I'm sure Saleh had a lot of say on this selection.
And I'm not kidding. On the broadcast, he looked uneasy. It looked like a guy that he wasn't, like we were talking, maybe does he go the Fred Warner comp? Obviously, Saleh was with the Niners last year, had Fred Warner. Does he go the interior linebacker or Sonny Styles like we talked about? Or then you talk about Downs, too, was another Ohio State guy that you could have leaned defensively. I know at this point it would have been a stretch, but instead you go Carnell Tate. I think the 2 big concerns I'd have with Carnell Tate are, 1, he's never been a receiver 1. Jeremiah Smith was the best receiver on their team last year, and then overlapped with Marvin Harrison for a year there as well. And then I think he is an X receiver. He is a outside lane away from the strength of the formation, going to run a specific route tree. Not to say he can't do everything necessarily, but I just think that this is I have a specific role for this receiver, and they're taking a chance on a proven track record of Ohio State receivers.
Yeah, well, and it's actually Emeka Egbuka, not Marvin Harrison 2 years ago. He was the 3rd receiver behind Jeremiah Smith and Emeka Egbuka, who went in the 1st round. And you're right. I mean, Ohio State receivers have continually, produced and worked out at the next level. But now you're the New York Giants. Now you're John Harbaugh. And, maybe we get Caleb Downs. And now all 3 Ohio State defenders are staring you in the face. And what this also means is there's a potential that there could be another Ohio State defender staring you at 10. What do you do here if you're John Harbaugh? I will tell you that I spoke to Sonny Styles people earlier this week, and they didn't think that Harbaugh and the Giants were too high on Sonny Styles. So I could see this pick being either Arvell Reese or Caleb Downs. Pat Leonard was very partial to Caleb Downs when we had Pat Leonard, the New York Giants beat writer for the New York Daily News, was very partial to the Giants taking Caleb Downs. But then again, I don't think that Pat thought all 3 Ohio State defenders would have been on the board when the Giants were called to the clock.
Tony, can I ask you something real quick? Just going back to this Titans thing. Would you have just taken the corner instead of him? Like, okay, let me just get the best corner in this draft. It's not the greatest draft in the world, but let me get the best corner in this draft, but with hands down, and call that a win since I was in a weird situation.
I'll say this: the corner is higher. The corner, Mansour Delane, is higher rated than Carnell Tate.
Like that, I would have just taken Delaney in this situation.
I mean,
I didn't want to mess with them.
I mean, if you look at how this just went awry and how mock drafts just got absolutely obliterated,
Giants pick is in.
What's to say the Giants don't go Delaney here?
Two things. The Giants pick is in. The Giants have selected Arvell Reese.
Oh.
The Kansas City Chiefs are now on the clock because the Chiefs have traded up with the Cleveland Browns, which I predicted in my mock draft. So I think the Chiefs are trading up. Is it going to be Caleb Downs? Is it going to be Reuben Bain to keep Reuben Bain away from from the Commanders or the Saints. We start with Harbaugh, the Giants, and Arvell Reese. I mean, I can't imagine that Harbaugh thought Reese was going to be there for him at 5. He can do so many things for that Giant offense. We spoke about it last night again with Pat Leonard about how they traded away Dexter Lawrence. They weakened that middle of that defense, which was not good against the run last year. You tighten it up a little bit now with Arvell Reese, who can do a lot of different things. The Giants, with the 5th pick in this draft, you could argue got the best player in the draft.
Yeah. I mean, this is the idea of him sitting there for them. And I mean, this is crazy. I mean, the draft has already gone crazy on us.
We talk about a development guy that's going to need maybe some time to figure out what position he is. You go to John Harbaugh, who's likely, he's going to have a longer leash than other head coaches. Yeah. Give him time to develop, time to grow. I'm intrigued with that Chiefs leapfrog. I'd be curious, what we make of that, just getting up there a couple spots. But yeah, the Giants, and also just strategically, how do they pair that up? 5 and then 10 here. Opportunity to get some game changers.
You would think with Carnell Tate off the board, depending on what happens with Caleb Down, now at 10, is offensive line, and I know, Jason, you've been a big proponent of this, is offensive line, is that the position right now for the Giants at 10? Jason, what do you think about the Chiefs with this selection?
I've heard a lot about the Chiefs and Bain. Yeah. I've heard that Andy Reid isn't positive about his tackles developing the way that they thought they would, and maybe this is an opportunity for him to get in a spot where nobody's taking an offensive lineman, so I'm going to get whoever I want, and I'm probably not paying that steep of a price to do it. So I would suspect it's one of those two directions. And I kind of always thought that Saints-Chiefs territory was Bain. Like, if Bain got past there, then I thought the Ravens or somebody's moving up to get him. But maybe he doesn't get past there, and maybe he's going to Kansas City.
The only thing is, I mean, with the Chiefs have had to make this move to get an offensive tackle, because they probably, and I agree with you 1,000%. Up until my most recent mock, I had the Chiefs taking Francis Mauigoga. I don't know that they would have had to trade up with Cleveland to get him. A lot of people thought that Cleveland was going to take Mauigoga at 6, but the Chiefs traded for Titus Howard at to play right tackle in the offseason. So I don't think they would have taken Mauigoga with the 6th selection.
Yeah, I mean, look, it could be they could like Fano. I mean,
is there any way this is where we're talking Jordan Tyson? I know you're not trading up necessarily for a receiver, but is this where he could backdoor his way in, get Mahomes a playmaker now that the first guy's off the board?
I mean, they do need receivers, but they do have 2 first picks, and I can't see. I mean, it would make sense that they would want to jump ahead of both the Commanders and the Saints, who could go a receiver. But again, you go back, and I asked you, you're concerned about the injuries. Would you move up to get an injury-prone receiver?
Yeah.
So,
yeah. And there's no DBs off the board too. So, I mean, look, right, McDuffie, whatever. I mean, maybe they start to see value there. I mean, they weren't taking a quarterback, so that doesn't affect them. They knew they weren't getting Bailey or Reese, right? So that doesn't really affect them. The Tate thing, if you're Andy Reid sitting there, that's the wild card so far. But
Jeff, is Keith still with us? Keith, let's bring Keith back in. Just to, what'd you say, Tony?
Chiefs have made the pick.
All right. What's the pick, Tony?
I am being told that the Chiefs have selected Mansour Delane. So, Jason, the first cornerback is finally off the board. I guess that the Chiefs were very concerned that either the Commanders or the Saints were going to take Mansour Delane. We thought they could be trading up for Ruben Bain. Same situation here.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, like I said,
people leaving
gone. Makes sense. Makes sense.
I love that pick, Delane, in terms of high floor type of guy, long, rangy, athletic. They loved him at Virginia Tech before he got to LSU. And for college football fans, you'll remember he was the 7-figure NIL deal late for LSU to go get him. Why? Because they knew he was an elite talent. And I think if LSU was a better football team, he would have been even more front of mind for college football fans. But he's a stud. I feel like, of all these guys, if you're projecting ahead of, all right, who's the least likely to bottom out or have no impact, Delane is a stud.
All right, we've got a Chiefs we've got a Chiefs analyst coming on here. Excited to have BR draft analyst and Chiefs aficionado Daniel Harms joining the broadcast. Daniel, what do you make of this pick?
I mean, it's a little bit of a surprise, honestly. They've been talking about defensive end. This big smokescreen was tackle for the last couple of months. But when you look at the corner room, yes, you have Noah Williams, who you drafted in the 3rd round last year, but you have a couple of question marks. You lose Trent McDuffie, you lose Jalen Watson. And if you're trying to get a corner, the best corner in the class, at least to my board or here, you're going to put a lot of smokescreen out. And they clearly felt it was more important to get in front of the Saints and, excuse me, the
Commanders.
The Commanders to be able to make that pick. So I think that Chiefs Kingdom's been pretty surprised by this because they maybe have felt they could get him at 9, but at the end of the day, this is a guy who's going to lock down the one side. He's going to come in and be the number 1 corner in your room. He's physical. He doesn't back down to anybody, regardless of his size. He's got the speed, the recovery speed. He's a willing tackler in the run game. So I think this all makes a lot of sense for especially what Steve Spagnuolo wants in his corners.
Daniel, let me ask you, and I'll talk to about Mansour Delane in a minute. I absolutely love him. But what do you think about the fact that the Chiefs trade away Trent McDuffie, and then they have to move up to fill Trent McDuffie's spot? I mean, it seems like, painting the house and then throwing mud balls against it. Why not just sign Trent McDuffie to a larger contract and then keep that pick and get another player that can fill a different hole on the team?
I think it's more about the money they would have to have paid Trent McDuffie. You're already paying Chris Jones. You're going to have to redo the Patrick Mahomes contract at some point. You're trying to get a little bit younger as well as Trent McDuffie's young. He's not old by any stretch, but I think they were just more trying to finance the future as well and get younger, get a little bit different with that cornerback room and go a different way. I know they've got a couple of first-round picks here. They lose 74 in this trade, but overall, it's a better idea for someone that can purely play outside. I think they feel better about Mansour Delane playing outside than they did about Trent McDuffie, even though he wants to play outside and he will be with the Rams. It's just more about he was a better slot fit and he wanted to play outside. So I think that was really more of what went into this decision.
You're sitting in a division with Fernando Mendoza, Bo Nix. You got Justin Herbert, and ultimately you get to the AFC. You got to go through Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson. You need some corners to run and cover some guys.
Let's talk about their second pick. What do you think they do at the bottom of round 1? Do you think they hold pat with that selection? Do you think they trade out? If they stay there, what are you hoping for, or what are you thinking?
I think that they're going to probably go wide receiver or a defensive end still. They still need a defensive end, so that wouldn't shock me. Again, getting a defensive end there at the end of the first round, and especially if you feel pretty good about the longevity of this wide receiver group on day 2, it should be pretty strong. Edge, maybe you don't feel as well about that, so you look at corner here with the first pick. Defensive end is sticking out to me as the one massive need that they still have, and I would expect them to address that with the second first round pick.
Do you think
Brown's got a 3rd at number 74 and round 6, number 210?
Let me ask one last question, 2-part.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think they'll address the offensive line, and if so, when? And what do you think about their inability to develop the offensive linemen that they have selected in the draft? Because they've used some early selections on the blockers, specifically the tackles.
Yeah, I think that they're going to probably look to maybe day 3 with a tackle selection. They've got 4 starters, pretty good starters. I think you can talk more about how Kingsley Suamataia was a developmental tackle, but he looks like he's going to be an excellent guard, a left guard for them going forward. Josh Simmons, the talent, right? He was a top 10 talent player, fell to them because of the injury. So it's tough when you look at how they've been unable to really stick with the tackles that they've either drafted or tried to. bring in like Orlando Brown Jr. They've had a couple of stop gaps at left tackle over the years, and now they're right there with right tackle and Jalen Moore, as well as maybe Issa Pole, a UDFA last year. So they've really been able to develop the guards and get guys to play guard for them, but it's been interesting how they've not really been able to figure out tackle. So I don't have a great answer for that because we've only seen the revolving door for a couple of years now, but I do think that the solidification from right guard to left tackle, if everything goes well, should be more than enough for them to do what they need to do.
The Commanders have made the pick. The pick is in for the Commanders.
All right, Daniel, we're going to let you go. We really appreciate you joining us tonight. Huge thanks. We'll be reading your stuff and appreciate you joining the show.
Absolutely. Thank you guys for having me. Appreciate your time.
Absolutely. All right. What's the pick, Tony?
Well, Dan Quinn gets the guy that he was hoping to get. They take Sonny Styles, the linebacker from Ohio State. This was the guy that was reported that Quinn wanted all along. If he wasn't there, it was Jeremiah Love who was going to fall there. I mean, they need a speedy linebacker. They need a lot of help on defense. They needed a corner. The corner's off the board. They needed an edge rusher. But Sonny Styles is much higher rated than Ruben Bain. So that's the direction the Commanders go.
Took them about 20 seconds to make this pick, too. I like fall right into my lap. Yeah, I'm going to take him. Jason, what do you think here?
It's a huge win for them. I think he's again, personnel guys who I really trust. They all fell in love with this kid, and they think in the right hands, he can be an absolute weapon. And you can maximize certain things he does on early downs. You can maximize other things he does on obvious passing downs. Guys I talked to see natural pass rush there, and they think he can be they think he can be a Kyle Hamilton-esque type chess piece in the right hands. This is a win for Washington. For me, this is a big win for Washington.
Let's bring in our Commanders analyst here, Damien. Damien, are you with us? There he is.
I'm here.
What do you, Damien from Bleacher Report? He's a draft analyst from Bleacher Report. Damien Parson. What do you think here?
It makes a lot of sense. I love it, right? If you're the Commanders and the Commanders fans, you have to love this. So you get a guy that's 6'5", elite athlete, former safety background, a guy that can drop off and mix up coverages for you. Want to run some cover 2 invert, he can do those type of things for you. But also matching up against tight ends, spying. You're in a division where for the Commanders, you have to deal with Jalen Hurts, who runs the football as a quarterback. We saw Jackson Dart use his legs a lot in 2025. So having a guy that can also spy and play in that low hole area to take away those easy rushing ability and yards for the quarterbacks makes a lot of sense as well. You get a big ball of clay because of what they were able to do with Matt Patricia, the instincts. I tell everybody, you want to see the value of a Sonny Styles, go to the Indiana Big Ten championship game, some of the best run defensive tape from a linebacker that you're going to see, from vision, instincts, play strengths, shocking, shedding, and getting to the ball. I love this pick for the Commanders because they needed this on defense.
Jason, any questions for Damien?
I mean, was this your dream scenario? I mean, I didn't think he was going to get there. I'll be honest with you. I didn't think he was going to get there. Would you rather this? Because if it wasn't him, it was probably Jeremiah Love. So let's say you could have had either or. Which one would you have taken in this scenario?
I mean, if Jeremiah Love and Sonny Styles were both on the board, I would have taken Jeremiah Love. I would have gotten the elite offensive player to help JD5 in that backfield. I think a big part of why Jakrowski Merritt wasn't heavily involved because he didn't bring a lot in terms of the passing offense. He was a good running back, but when it came on the third downs or in games, especially once Jaden Daniels went down and you're behind the 8 ball in terms of the score, he didn't give you that value. Jeremiah Love doesn't have to come off the field. He's an outstanding pass protector, great vision in scanning the offensive line for threats, but then also you can use him as a slot receiver out of the backfield. So talking about bringing him out there, you want to go empty, you want to run some 10 personnel, what have you, whatever, you can motion him out and go empty and spread the defense horizontally. That's the type of impact player that Jeremiah Love would have brought to this offense that he's now going to bring to the Arizona Cardinals. So I would definitely would have went Jeremiah Love if both of those guys were on the board.
And Damian, you had the Chiefs trade up to get Mansour Delane. Obviously, in their mind, probably maybe some level of threat to the Commanders, if he was there, may have taken Delane as well. How do you, from a Commander's perspective, view Delane versus Styles, and where would you have gone, and what's the trade-off for the Commanders in that regard?
Man, I love Mansour Delane, the shutdown type of corner. I watched him and scouted him in person when he came to Clemson, and LSU faced the Tigers, and that was the game that kind of really set the table for him in 2025. They couldn't complete passes against him, and you saw that all season. I think he only gave up like 14 receptions all 2025. And I think for the Commanders, that's another spot where you look at like, hey, can we add another corner? Like, yes, you have Trey Edmonds from last year, Mike Sanders still, who was the nickel, former wide receiver at Michigan, converted to corner. If you were able to draft a Mansour Delane, if he were there, you could have kicked Mike Sanders still back into the nickel full time, and now you have Trey Amos long term and Mansour Delane to really lock down the outside for your defense. But shout out to the Chiefs getting aggressive, understanding, hey, this is a hole for our defense. Not only did they lose Trent McDuffie, I believe they lost like 2 other corners through free agency this offseason. So it made a lot of sense to be aggressive, move up, and go get your guy.
All right, we're gonna have to let you go for now, but we want to tell people, listen. You can listen to Damian on the Locked On NFL on the NFL Draft podcast, wherever you get your finest podcasts. Huge thanks, Damian, for joining us on the show here.
Yes, sir. Anytime. Have a good one, guys.
Absolutely. We hear the Saints pick is in, Tony.
It is Jordan Tyson, wide receiver, Arizona State.
I just saw Luke Hubbard fist pump in the green room. Let's bring Luke on. Luke's senior writer for Essentially Sports and has just absolutely been singing the praises of one Jordan Tyson. Luke, you got your man.
Yeah, I mean, I was really hoping, it came down to Downs and Tyson here. I was just hoping it would be one of those two. Personally, I put out a post earlier. Downs is my number one, but I can't be mad at Tyson, man. We need a receiver next to Chris Olave. And I know he's got that injury history, but if the Saints cleared him, then, they have all the medicals that we don't have. So we might have judged that.
Given the way that this draft has fallen, is that the pick you would have made?
I think I would have gone with Downs just because I think he would have fit so perfectly into Brandon Staley's defense. But at the same time, again, they need weapons on offense. They were linked to Chris Bell in the second round, but he's got the ACL tear that he's coming off of. And I just love it for Tyler Shough, man. He had such a great rookie year. I'm excited to see how he is as a sophomore. And adding somebody like Tyson to that offense just makes them so much more dynamic.
Max, what do you think of this pick in terms of Jordan Tyson? So much talk about the injuries, but so much potential.
So much potential, so much upside. Injuries are very much justified. To me, where I view him, if you're going Tyson over Tate, you're doing Tyson because of the versatility, because I think the upside's a little bit more in terms of the quick twitch and kind of, to me, what he can do in the slot, which you mentioned, hey, you got Olave on one side. You can get creative with those two different playmakers. What I'm intrigued with is, if Tate had fell, was Tyson always their guy? Or would that have changed the conversation for them? Were they Tyson above Tate? Who knows? I think this would have been like the floor maybe for most drafts with Carnell Tate, but it's a tip of the cap. The Saints have their quarterback of the future, which this time last year we weren't saying that, and you get him a weapon and you're trying to compete in the NFC.
And credit to Mickey Loomis. He went away from the lines of scrimmage because he seems
right. He fooled me.
Specifically offensive lineman, but also defensive lineman. So he goes with the skill player, and he's going to eventually have to fork over a nice large contract to Chris Olave. So hopefully Tyson is able to remain healthy for the Saints.
Yeah, that's definitely the big concern, especially because Olave's kind of got a hamstring and injury history too.
Luke, what's your overall thoughts on how things have gone here so far with the draft in general?
Definitely. I mean, we knew it was going to be a little bit of an unexpected first round, but Carnell Tate going 4th, Sonny Styles slipping to 7. I mean, it's been a pretty wild draft so far, so hopefully it keeps it up because it's entertaining for sure.
Absolutely. The drama has been full board so far. All right. Get back to writing, young man.
All right, I will.
You got it. Luke Hubbard, huge appreciation for joining us. Wow. Catch your breath here, huh, Jason?
Yeah, it's I mean, look, we knew there were going to be things that happened that no one could predict. I just think it's going to be fascinating. Like for me now, new coach in Tennessee, Tate versus these defensive players he passed on. Like, how's that going to work out in Tennessee? The fact that no offensive lineman's gone yet. I mean, I have to think that the Browns are doing it, but I've thought all along that the Browns could trade down more than once, and they might really be in position to do it more than once now, given the way this has fallen.
That was my initial thought. Maybe they do that, but the pick is in, and the first offensive lineman is off the board. It is, in fact, Spencer Furneaux, for the offensive tackle from Utah. If you've been following us on Essentially Sports, I've been saying literally since his pro day that the Browns are very convinced. They think that Furneaux, who was a college right tackle at Utah, can move to the left side. He's got the athleticism. He's a terrific pass blocker. He's fundamentally sound. He plays with great knee bend. I mean, the big thing we talk about Reuben Bain's arms. Furneaux's arms came in at just over 32 inches at the combine. Then at pro day, he was 33 and 7/8 inches. Some teams are like, if you don't have 33-inch arms, you can't play tackle, especially left tackle. I was told, listen, there was a very famous left tackle who played for the Cleveland Browns and now in the Hall of Fame by the name of Joe Thomas, who didn't have 33-inch arms. So I think the Browns, and I would agree with you, Jason. I thought, hey, maybe they'll now trade down
again. Yeah.
Dallas Cowboys, but still they get their starting left tackle, and Andrew Berry wanted a tackle, and he's got his tackle.
Yeah, and Tony, the thing I heard about the arms with him though is if you look at Furneaux's wingspan differential +3, the teams a lot I talked to said that's serviceable for us. Ideally, like perfect world +4, but +3 is not a reject. Like we're not going to drop him substantially based on a +3 wingspan differential. And so here we go. He's the first one off the board. So yeah,
Max, what are you thinking here in terms of Furneaux? I mean, you were talking Furneaux in the pre-show, but Furneaux going as the first offensive tackle.
Yeah, the flip from right to left is not insignificant. It's actually a theme in this draft a little bit too, because you're going to have Maui Goa played some right tackle. You had Blake Miller, I believe, Clemson right tackle as well, Fano as well. So we said in the open, there wasn't like the surefire, you have to have this left tackle. He's the guy if you're going tackle. So it was kind of pick your flavor, and they're going Fano. But I mean, Utah people have been saying this guy's on the path to being a first-round draft pick the second he got into Salt Lake, where he went to school. So Browns trade back. I think it's a great value pick because they were probably thinking tackle where they were a few slots ahead. You acquire that third-round pick like we talked about, and then you still get a tackle. And then now my question is, for all those teams behind them that are eyeing offensive tackle, does this potentially start a run on tackles or for the teams that are maybe trading up to get that guy? We'll see.
Well, Max, you're a mind reader. You're not a mind reader. You can see into the future because the Giants pick is in. And even with Caleb Downs still on the board, I'm told that the Giants have selected Francis Mauioga, who Pat Leonard talked about at length last night. So Mauioga is their right tackle. They did re-sign their their existing right tackle to a significant contract in the offseason. Maybe they kick him into guard because they got Falele and Evan Neal at the right guard position, and they play Mauioga at the right tackle. But the run on tackles, if there is one, has begun because we've gone back to back. Spencer Furneaux and Francis Mauioga.
It's like a fantasy football draft
Literally.
where we start the runs.
One of the last time an NFL drafts had back-to-back right tackles as the first two drafted. But yeah, the trade-off, I think Bono a little bit long. I mean, Malagoa is huge. You turn on the film and it's like, all right, if everyone was wearing black and white jerseys, who's the NFL draft pick? It's Malagoa, clearly.
Yeah.
Blocked for Cam Ward and then Carson Beck as well. I think the big thing for him is, huge, thick lower body is his future in the NFL at tackle or guard. That to me will be interesting to see, but it gives him versatility long term.
Jason, this is not the sexiest combo, but this feels like a very much a John Harbaugh combo.
Yeah. Look, I thought it was going to be Styles at 5, and I thought it was going to be Vega from Penn State at 10 because I didn't think that the Miami tackle would still be there. But he's trying to build a bully there and change their culture. So I'm like, he's going to address front 7, and then he's going to upgrade his offensive line because it's not a good offensive line. The left tackle is great when he plays. He doesn't play that much. And he just came from Baltimore, where as great as Lamar Jackson is, when the offensive line fell apart, Lamar Jackson wasn't an MVP anymore. So, yeah, I'm a little bit surprised at the names, but not the positions. But again, I think from Tate on, it threw some curveballs that had I known Tate was going for, I might have mocked it this way. But no, I'm not surprised at all in what Harbaugh has done. I think the real question for the Giants is going to be who's their GM 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 days from now. Because I'm not sure it's Joe Shane. And when they sent Joe Shane to spend all that time with the wide receivers, I'm like, I think that's just one more indication that Joe Shane is a part of smoke screens with the New York Football Giants. But I don't think he's going to be a big part of picking their football players for much longer.
Yeah, I would agree with you.
Jeff, is Keith back with us? Okay, we'll keep going with the Dolphins now on the clock at 11.
Yeah, I'm told the Dolphins pick is in, and I am told the Dolphins have selected Ruben Bain, the edge rusher from right down the road, University of Miami. They needed an edge rusher. I thought they may have gone edge rusher with their second pick in round 1. Kind of surprised that you look at their needs in the secondary, they passed up Caleb Downs, who's still on board. But Bain, the hometown flavor.
You could sell the hometown story. Yeah.
Very explosive. And I got to think right now the Dallas Cowboys are very happy. I don't know that they wanted a safety, but, with Caleb Downs there, I don't think you can go wrong. So it looks right now that the Miami Dolphins have selected Ruben Bain, the pass rusher from Miami.
That's the guy that every day in practice was going up against Malagoa, just to pick in front of him.
This is definitely one of those spots where this was chalk on a lot of mock drafts. As wild as this has been so far, Bain to the Dolphins was on a lot of mock drafts.
He was as productive as any pass rusher in college football last year. The big concern with him is just size and arm length. He's not one of these 6'5", ultra long and rangy edge rushers that you might like at that position. He's got a compact lower body relative for that edge rusher, but he was productive. And this is the type of pick that if he is a perennial Pro Bowler 5 years from now, we're gonna look back and be like, well, of course he was. Look at the college tape, look at the film, look at the stats, the whole deal. It's the projection towards the next level when you're facing NFL tackles week in, week out with longer arms. How does his frame hold up? But like you said, easy pick to sell.
Yeah, that frame is something that kind of does concern me. I mean, 6'2.5", 263 at the combine, which probably means his playing weight is a little bit less than that. How is he going to hold up? It's as was pointed out by Jason Kabinda earlier on, it's much easier to make the plays on Saturday than it is on Sunday because of the bigger offensive tackle. So, listen, I hope he succeeds. He was a great player. He's a terrific prospect. Jason Lacomfort talked about the arm length not being as big a concern because of the wingspan when you consider the chest. But still, I think the overall size for me is something that was a bit of a red flag. If he was a little bit bigger, it probably would have been a top 8 pick.
Yeah, I thought this could be another spot where had the board gone a little differently, it'd be a trade for them with Bain being the last guy available, Miami being so early in a rebuild, right? and they want to continue to acquire assets. And so I wondered if somebody might pay a little bit of a price for Bane in Miami, still be able to do some things. But with the way this board fell, makes all the sense in the world for them. You got to remember that GM there, right, and where he came from, Green Bay, and you look at the lineage of what they do. And Aaron Rodgers all those years, right, saying, "Get me a receiver in the first round. Give me a receiver in the first round." That's not what Green Bay evaluators do. They're going to build that team from the inside out, and that's what Sullivan's doing.
Hey, not for nothing. NFL shortened up the gap between picks here. And in terms of moving the broadcast along, we got I didn't want to jinx it. I was trying to point out that I was just going to factually point out that we are through 11 picks in an hour and 6 minutes.
Well, the thing is, this is the Cowboys, as they have in the past, seem to be dragging because those past 4 or 5 picks came in bang, 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 bang. And, I go back to the drafts, in the 80s. And I remember Jimmy Johnson in the 90s when the first round picks were 15 minutes long. And Jimmy Johnson would take the clock to 14 minutes and 58 seconds and then trade the pick. And we had first rounds that went to 5.5, almost 6 hours back in the day. No notification just yet on the Dallas Cowboys selection. I mean, are they trying to trade down? Are they sold on Caleb Downs? They need a defensive player. Would an offensive lineman fit in here? I guess you got to be happy about Caleb Downs, but as we said all along, if they were unable to trade in the top 10, they were going to lose out on the edge rushers, the cornerbacks, and the linebackers that they really need.
Yeah, but all the safeties are there.
Yeah,
all
the
safeties are there.
If you had, I don't think they had any. Well, maybe a scenario, but I mean, just all the talk around Caleb Downs. I mean, he's your top player on your board, Tony.
Well, he's my third player, but he's a terrific defensive
player.
back.
Sorry.
People talk about, he's a safety, but he's a different kind of safety. I mean, he's a safety that you can use as a free safety, a high safety. You can use him in a 2 deep zone. He can play over the slot receiver. I think people get just transfixed on the 2024 film with Downs when he was asked, to do specific things in the box and keep the action in front of him. You go back to 2024 where he was able to freelance more, make more plays, and he was terrific.
I'll tell you what, one thing I wanted to say, these TVs are almost useless right now.
We're
thanks to Tony. Thanks to Tony Pauline.
We're like 5 minutes ahead of schedule.
We seriously are. We're probably 5 minutes ahead of the broadcast right now.
I'm having to check my order because we're getting a good 2 picks ahead.
Yeah, Jason, how are you feeling about your Ravens right now? How this is all slotting out?
No, this is the perfect scenario. They said they were in a sweet spot. All my reporting said they'll be in a sweet spot unless the offensive line run gets really extreme, and it hasn't. So, I mean, they've got obviously Ione, the guard from Penn State, who they love. A lot of people have mocked to them. You've got Proctor out there still, who could be their Ronnie Stanley replacement and start at guard for a year. Freeling somebody else who they're very comfortable with, and so no, I think they're in a great spot just to stay there and take the highest rated offensive lineman that they have on their board. That's not to say that the Rams won't do something. I don't think Dallas is going O-line. The Rams certainly could, but no, I think Baltimore is in that very much that fertile sweet spot for what they need to start rebuilding their offensive line, which again, Ronnie Stanley's on his last legs. They didn't have serviceable guards last year, and that's still a question mark. And Tyler Linderbaum reset the interior offensive line market with the Raiders.
Yeah. Pick is in for the Dallas Cowboys, and I think they made the smart pick. They take Caleb Downs. I know they've got some age at the safety position. I don't think it was a primary need, but Downs absolutely makes that secondary better because I said you can do so many different things with him. You look at Brian Branch in Detroit. Caleb Downs, in my opinion, is Brian Branch times 10. That's the type of player that Caleb Downs can be. Terrific against the run. You can use him as a rangy free safety, play him over the slot receiver, play him in a 2 deep. I think Dallas probably would have liked a linebacker or a pass rusher, but they got a darn good player in Caleb Downs.
Caleb Downs, for me, just when you watched Ohio State film last year, like he's the guy that pops off the tape defensively. Obviously, they're talented at all three levels, like we've talked about today with Arvell Reese, Sonny Styles as well. But like Downs was the guy that, you know, if you're an offensive coordinator, he's the guy you're game planning for. If you're a quarterback, he's the guy where you have to know where he is. So if you're the Cowboys, and he's, I think this is a little bit of a slide. The fact that the Cowboys are here and you get Downs, this to me is a huge value pick. The fact that 3 of his teammates went ahead of him, obviously they're a talented player, but Downs was, again, he's the guy who was Jeremiah Smith on one side for Ohio State last year. You can make the argument best offensive player in college football. Downs, you can make the argument, was the best defensive player in college football. Obviously, his teammates had the traits that maybe project a little bit higher towards the NFL, but this is a home run pick to me for the Cowboys.
Okay, so there's some moving pieces here. Okay, the Cowboys and the Dolphins actually made a trade.
Right, that's because
the Cowboys got the 11th pick, the Dolphins got the 12th pick, and they got 177 and 180.
Right.
So
that's why
the picks are flip flop, but you're still liking Bain to the Dolphins.
Well, a couple of things. My text here said the Cowboys traded in, but that was after we had announced that Bain was the pick for Miami. So now what you said makes sense. Now the thing that we have to discuss is the Cowboys selected Caleb Downs at 11 and left Reuben Bain on the board, and then the Miami Dolphins scooped them up with the 12th pick. So in essence, we kept saying, and we kept hearing that Cowboys need a pass rusher, Cowboys need edge rusher. Well, they passed up one of the better edge rushers in this draft for safety, which I think is noteworthy. Yeah,
it's you know, this is what you get when you get Tony Pauline. Though we got the players, the players still made sense. It's just the flip flop of the pick, and it does seem weird in terms of need and in terms of sexiness that the Cowboys didn't go Bain.
And say the trade again. Say the mix up here.
So the Cowboys actually traded to 11 with the Dolphins, and the Dolphins get 12, and then they get picks 177 and 180. So they just flip flop picks to.
So in other words, the Cowboys thought
Downs.
what we thought of Downs, or
Yeah.
that highly of he's a difference maker. We got to go up one slot and get him. Jerry making a move.
Well, what you're doing is basically you're blocking out anybody else who might have said, "Hey, that's enough value for Downs that we're going to go up to." Right. So what you're just making sure, and it's not much of a price to pay, which again I think probably tells you that Miami didn't have a whole lot else cooking. But it's basically a nominal thing. Hey, you're probably going to take Bain anyway, right? Well, you're definitely going to be able to get him because you're only dropping back one spot, and we want to make sure we get our guy. So here's what we have on the table, and if you can beat it, beat it. Otherwise, take it, and we get ours, and you get yours.
They gave away what amounts to 2 fifth-round choices.
Yeah.
But I think the big conversation piece here is that the Cowboys passed up on Bain. So obviously they felt in their room that either one, pass rusher is not as big a need as everyone else was making it out to be, or two, Downs was just so far superior to Bain, which I would agree with, that they went up to get him.
Yeah.
So the Rams are now on the clock, and Tony, a guy that we had mocking here a lot, is sitting here.
Yep.
Lemon.
Mekhi Lemon, I mean,
it's such a
really since the exactly that's it. Really since the combine, I knew they liked him. I think it's a perfect fit. They keep Devontae Adams. You're not going to have him much after this year playing inside. And wow, the pick is in. The pick is in. It is not Mekhi Lemon. It is Ty Simpson, the quarterback of Alabama, with the 13th pick of the draft.
Oh,
that is a shocker. That is a much bigger shocker than Carnell Tate going with the 5th pick.
Oh my God.
Are you serious?
Matthew Stafford's not sleeping well tonight.
Well,
Wow.
He's sleeping fine.
We bring in Mikel Matthews. Mikel, my goodness. I mean, the pandemonium has got to be breaking loose there with in Rams fandom world here.
Do they even know the pick yet?
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's
man.
true.
Here, the fans are, they were hoping to maybe add a weapon here and possibly Makai Lemon, but the trade hasn't even been announced on this side yet. So I'm waiting to hear the crowd's outburst when they realize that the Rams are going to be there.
No, but the Rams took Ty Simpson.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay, so things are slow here. Things are really slow here. I guess they're more focused on the party. But
do you want to let the room know? Let the room know. I'm serious.
I talked to a few fans. No, yeah.
We're a little ahead of the broadcast, but it's legit. Ty Simpson is your pick.
This is going to be very interesting news because the fans that I talked to so far today were like, hey, hopefully they can get a weapon, maybe a defensive player that can help, an offensive lineman to help Matthew Stafford. But if it's Ty Simpson, everybody's going to go bonkers here, and I can't wait to hear. You guys may be able to pick some of it up in the background, but it's a surprise because most fans are like receiver, receiver, receiver. So it's going to be interesting when they hear that it's actually Ty Simpson of Alabama.
Michael, go tell a fan. Go tell a fan. I want to see what they say.
They're not going to believe it.
Let's see. Let me see what I can find. How you doing, sir? Can you join me really quick? So I'm on my telecast here with my guys in Cincy Sport. We know the pick. Can you make a guess who you think it is?
From USC.
So I'm going to surprise you. It's actually going to be Ty Simpson, the quarterback from Alabama, is the choice. Even with Matthew Stafford talking about an extension and maybe a quarterback, what do you feel about it? Okay.
Behind Stafford, you can't get anything better than that. MVP.
Hey, like yourself, many fans are like, hey, maybe we get the local guy in Makai Lemon, but now it's going to actually be a quarterback. So you're okay with this pick? Okay.
Michael, we can't hear him.
Okay. Got you. All right. Appreciate you, brother. So the Ram fan here, he was just talking about how he was hoping, once again, like other fans, that it was Makai Lemon. Once I told him that it was Ty Simpson, gave me a surprising look of like, wow, I can't believe they went quarterback. But he said, hey, there's any time for the future. So if you're going to get a guy that's going to potentially replace Matthew Stafford, he's okay for it. But the pick is about to be announced here soon live. So I can't wait for everyone to hear it because it is going to be a room shaker.
Okay, well, we've got some confusion here.
Yep. Hold the phone.
Yeah, what I am being told now is that the Miami Dolphins traded back up and took Caleb Proctor.
Caden Proctor.
Wow. Okay.
Now, did they take Bain here, Tony? Because
yes, the official chart.
It's saying that the 12th pick is Caden Proctor.
Right, and the 10th pick.
Okay. So I don't know if you guys can hear.
Okay, let's go. It's not. It may not be Bain at 12. I apologize. It may not be a Reuben Bain at 12.
Yep.
It's Caden Proctor at 12.
It's Caden Proctor.
Okay,
Yep.
so the Ty Simpson to the Rams looks like it's still. I was correct about that. Looks like we were incorrect, or I was incorrect. I apologize to everybody about Reuben Bain being the 12th selection. It looks like it's Caden Proctor.
You live by the sword, you die by the sword sometimes, but I'll roll with you. I'll roll with you 9.9 times out of 10, Tony. So Caden Proctor. We'll come back to you, Michael. What do we think of Caden Proctor to the Dolphins?
Let the run on tackles begin. As we're seeing on the telecast, the throwback to the left tackle from Alabama. To me, upside wise, he's the peak of all of them, just from an athleticism standpoint. I mean, you can see incredibly nimble feet, but ginormous. I think he's up to like 350 pounds, almost too big. You want to cut that down. But I think if you're year one Dolphins, you need help across the board. You invest in a tackle, whether it ends up being left or right. I think he has the athleticism to play both. In terms of an upside perspective, I love the pick.
Jason, this did not play your way.
Well, no, I don't really have a dog in the fight. I just try to, report on what they do. They win, they lose. It is what it is. My kids are certainly huge fans. And it's good for the city when they do well. And I live in the city. I can't get my head around the Simpson thing. Like,
yeah,
you don't pick this high ever. And look, Les Snead and Sean McVay have done an unbelievable job. I have so much respect for them. But like, you could have messed around somewhere else and traded up later and done something here. Like, and Sean obviously understands quarterbacks in a way.
I think Jason might have froze for a second.
Yeah, he did. So while he's frozen, let me just reset here so everybody understands. The Dallas Cowboys flipped picks with the Miami Dolphins.
Yeah.
Dallas went from pick 12 to pick 11. They selected Caleb Downs, the safety from Ohio State.
Right.
With the 12th pick, I was originally told, and I announced Reuben Bain. I was wrong. So I'm sorry if I got the Miami fans excited. It was actually Caden Proctor with that 12th selection.
Yep.
And for that trade, the Miami Dolphins got 2 fifth-round picks from the Dallas Cowboys.
Yep.
Now I'm being told that at pick number 13, the Los Angeles Rams have selected Ty Simpson. The irony is I did have Ty Simpson mocked to the Los Angeles Rams, but that's when they had 2 first-round picks.
Yeah.
And they had the 30th pick or whatever it was in round 1, and I had the Rams taking Ty Simpson with that selection. It's not on the official counter here yet, but that's what I'm being told.
They're showing the TV is showing Ty Simpson, so they obviously know. They obviously know something.
Oh
so.
man! I mean,
yeah,
you're in Super Bowl or bust mode.
Exactly.
Wow, that is a stone cold shocker to me. That's a hard one for me to get my head around. I mean,
well,
wow.
I think you said it best, Jason. I mean, the Rams are built to win in 2026, so they need a guy on the field week 1 in September that's going to help them, push them to a division title, a conference championship, and into the Super Bowl. That player isn't Ty Simpson.
Yeah. Hey,
no.
Hey, real quick, Jeff, let me know when Jason Kabinda has joined us. I'm being told that Jason Kabinda does not want to sit out the party here and wants back in on the conversation a little earlier. So we are efforting. I see him in the green road. Jason, what do you make of Ty Simpson to the Rams?
Wow. I'll tell you what, Dan Orlovsky's going to be really happy about that pick. I'll tell you what. He's been on ESPN bragging all day and all night saying that there's no way Ty Simpson slips past midway the first round, and he was not wrong. I think it's an interesting pick. I think if you just look at the film, because at the end of the day, man, Alabama football, it wasn't a good team last year. And I think it's easy to look at that and kind of nitpick with this kid. And I think even in certain moments and big moments in their games, there were times that he looked a bit questionable. But if you just look at what he's put together throughout that season and the throws that this kid is able to make, he's a cerebral guy, good size, things of that nature. I mean, and then not only that, I mean, what better way than to be behind a mentor like Matt Stafford? To be an assistant with a guy like Sean McVay. I mean, you look at Sean McVay, Les Snead, these guys don't really miss when it comes to drafting players. They know what fits their system. They know what they like. They do a good job of developing their players. So kudos to them. Very, very unexpected, though.
Let me ask you this, Jason. Jason Lockenfor and I, and even Max to an extent, the Rams are built to win now in 2026. Ty Simpson isn't going to really help them in 2026. Do you, looking at this, do you think maybe they should have gone in a direction where they draft a player that's going to get them that's going to be on the field in September, helping them get to a Super Bowl and a potential Super Bowl title?
Well, I mean, I think it's hard to answer that question because I think at the end of the day, you got to kind of look at the Rams and the way that they operate and as they've been operating the past 5 or 6 years, and the fact that they're okay with trading away draft picks to get ready to contribute players right now. That's kind of been their strategy. They like vets. They like guys who are proven, who can come in, plug and play right now. So when you look at that and you see the strategy that they've used and you see them get a guy like Ty Simpson, it is also good to get young players and develop young players. Matt Stafford is, he's not going to be playing much longer. That's the reality. You got to start looking to the future. You got to start looking to build. If they felt strongly enough about Ty Simpson and what he could bring to the future of this franchise, and I think you got to trust it.
The pick is in for the Baltimore Ravens. And I think it's no surprise to anybody. They have selected Vega Ione, the big offensive lineman from Penn State. I don't know. I was told that they liked Ione. I don't know if they went Ione after Proctor was off the board, as Jason had inferred. But they plug a hole with a real good player.
I knew this was going to be the guy. I thought this was a no-brainer from the beginning of this draft. I knew the Ravens were going to get Ione. This ain't Penn State bias, and I'm a Penn State guy. But, I mean, this dude is a finisher. Like, you talk about old school offensive linemen, which in my opinion, I think we've kind of gone away from overall. Like, this is a dude who wants to finish you in the freaking dirt every single play. I mean, you pull up some of these clips, this guy is driving dudes 5-10 yards through the freaking sideline, putting guys on the freaking bench. Like, that screams Baltimore Ravens football to me. And I think in these past couple of years, the Baltimore Ravens, in a sense, have kind of gone away from their identity and who they are as a football team, not only defensively, but just overall identity and culture-wise. And, man, if you talk about a dude to reestablish that culture of hard-nosed football player, freaking grit, toughness, blue collar, I don't think there's a better guy on the interior offensive line, especially just in terms of being technically sound. I mean, really has no weaknesses in this game. This guy moves people off the ball. He's great in pass protection. He's nasty. He plays hard as hell through the whistle. I love this pick for the Baltimore Ravens.
Well, the other thing is in the beginning,
let me get Lockenfor on Tony because he's got to get out of here pretty quick.
I'll be back. I gotta write for a minute. No, look, everybody had this mock for a reason. Jason just talked about it. It makes all the sense in the world. I thought Harbaugh might take him at 10. They were a little worried Harbaugh might take him at 10 with the way the board fell. He didn't. They need offensive line in a bad way, and they need to get back to being a bully. And they were beat up in the trenches last year. And you add this kid, and if Nnamdi Madubuike is actually able to come back from that neck surgery and be the kind of 3-tech he's been, and they're going to draft some D linemen here because they sat out a generational D tackle draft last year, except for taking an undersized kid at Peoples. They're not going to let that happen again. This made all the sense in the world. He's their kind of player. The general manager had a kid who went to Penn State. He's very close to that program. They took a punter from Penn State. They took Owe in the first round from Penn State. So this was always a match if the board fell anything close to this way. And ultimately, it fell exactly this way. I'm now interested to see where Bain goes, though, because I don't think he should be going much further than this. Wow.
We are, baby.
Well, two things. First of all, Jason Kabinda, you said in the opening, you talked about system fits, and I think Vega to Baltimore is a perfect system fit. And I've got to tell you, the Buccaneers have just traded, and the Carolina Panthers are on the clock. The Panthers made some big moves in the offseason. They got their pass rusher. I mean, are the Panthers moving up to get Kenyon Sadiq? Are they moving up to get Dylan Thieneman? Are they moving up to get Ruben Bain? I would assume it's got to be one of those three players, unless you guys have a different opinion.
I still can't get over the Ty Simpson thing.
Yeah, seriously, seriously, like we're like two shocks behind here. I mean, it's. By the way, Schefter reported that this was not a complete shock to Stafford, that they called to inform Stafford earlier in the day that they plan to take Ty Simpson.
I was just going to say they have to be on absolute damage control. And I mean, Stafford's had the contract drama in past couple off seasons, or was it last off season with Les Snead there? So, I mean, you look at the history of aging quarterbacks, whether it was there's levels to this, right? What's crazy is Matt Stafford is the MVP. So it's not like we're just talking an aging Hall of Famer that like his best years were 5 years ago. No, you're talking about the guy who's arguably the best quarterback in the NFL. And from Ty Simpson's perspective, he went into the day thinking, all right, Jets, Cardinals, maybe, late first, we'll see how it goes, to then now he's going to be a backup for one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. And how big of a luxury it is for the Rams, given that they have won a Super Bowl in recent memory, immense job security for both head coach and GM, that you're able to do a move like this. And it's the classic move where right now it's like, sucks for Stafford, head-scratching move, but then 5 years from now, is it the type of move like the Ravens with Lamar, Jordan Love and the Packers, where you're like, man, glad we made that move, because if you're the Rams, I don't know when the next time is you're drafting this high. I know it's not top 10 high, but it's like we said, the Rams window's right now. They're thinking for the next 3 to 5 years that they'll be drafting late in the 20s. You love Ty. He, in your world, maybe falls a little bit. You snag him, and it's a move for the future.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. That trade was incorrect. The Bucs did not trade to Carolina. The Bucs held on to the pick, and you were right. It's Ruben Bain for the Bucs, which makes perfect sense, right? Because we all knew they needed a pass rusher. They needed a linebacker. I'm sure they didn't expect Ruben Bain to be there. I probably should have thought about that when I was talking about the options. But Ruben Bain's slide has stopped, and he is now a member of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I'm sure they're going to love to have him there because another good system fit.
Jason, what do you think of Bain to the Bucs?
I like it. I like it. TB, Todd Bowles. We just had him actually a couple weeks on our show at Good Morning Football over at ESPN, and I mean, just what a mind, a football mind and a defensive mind. The way he's able to put players in position. The guys rave about this guy, man, and I think, Ruben really has a chance if he can get super technically sound. And I know we like to put a lot of what ifs on these prospects and things of that nature, but man, if he can get technically sound, where these things that we're complaining about when it comes to the arm length and the leverage and things, if he learns to play with that leverage, if he learns to play underneath these offensive tackles, keep them off their chest, learn to use speed each time in his pass rushes, I really think he can be a very effective player. This dude is strong. I mean, ox strong, in his lower half. It's not going to be moved very easily. You saw him ragdoll some offensive tackles this past year. I know the league is another story, but I really do think he can be effective in that defense.
And the defense was a problem there for Tampa Bay. I talked to people close to Mike Evans, and he was upset that team would put up 30 points a game and the defense couldn't stop them. So I think this is a big year for Todd Bowles, who his job security was questioned last year. I mean, really through the very end. He now gets his player, a player that fits his system, one of the best pass rushers, midway through the first round. He's going to have to do something with him big this year, as well as that entire Buccaneer defense.
Yeah, especially after losing a guy like Levante David. That's a guy who's been your leader for the past, 12, 13 years, whatever it's been. Levante's been over there. You got to start filling that defense with young playmakers, guys who are going to be able to step up and kind of fill the void in that production that's going to be lost by guys like Levante.
Jason, is your point about Ruben Bain and his need to get or to be technically sound, is that as simple just because of the shorter arms and all that talking point, or is that a critique just on his pass rush style in general during college?
I'll give you an example. Like there's some guys who have a certain level of athletic ability where being technically sound doesn't matter as much because they can make up for it. I don't look at Ruben's game or really him physically as being such a physical presence, such a physical specimen that he can make up for simple mistakes or false steps or not great hand placement because he's just so strong that it don't matter where his hand, he's one of those guys that has to be right, that has to do it right in order for him to be his most effective. So that's kind of what I mean when I say being technically sound. I was a player like that. I was a player who could not afford false steps, who could not afford to not do things the right way, who had to be able to anticipate before the snap. And then there's other guys who can be a step late, but they got the speed or they have the whatever it is that can make up for those things. I don't think he has that. So for me, from a technical standpoint, that's what I'm talking about, where I don't think he has the athletic ability necessarily to overcome some of the stuff that some other guys can get away with.
All right. In terms of the Jets, we've got somebody in the Jets in the green room. Jets super fan, Essentially Sports sales guru.
David Drucker.
David,
how you doing?
Good. How are you?
I am good. This is my Super Bowl time of the year because the Jets have the draft. After this, football season's over for me. So this is the exciting part of my year.
You and most Jet fans, right?
Exactly. And I'm glad Ty Simpson's off the board because we don't have any history picking good quarterbacks.
Sadly, the Jets always win in April. The pick is in. David, who do you think the pick is going to be?
I know the popular pick. It's got to be offense, first of all. But I know the popular pick is Lemon from USC. I'm going with Omar Cooper from Indiana. We need a playmaker. We need a bigger guy. We always have these slot guys that never seem to work out. I want somebody who can go downfield, make the plays, and kind of go one-on-one.
Well, a couple of things. First thing is I was told that the Jets never had a first-round grade on Mekhi Lemon. The Jets did get a playmaker. I know you're going to be shocked. I'm told the Jets just selected Kenyon Sadiq, the tight end, to pair up with Mason Taylor.
Baby.
Wow.
Get him a personal weapon.
How about giving Geno Smith some breathing room, man?
Yeah, and I think he fits in good with Smith's game because I don't think he's going to go far down the field, but a good tight end always, for me, is good.
Yeah,
how about that?
And, the thing is this, in my opinion, this is great value. Because Kenyon Sadiq, I believe, should have been a top 10 pick. Absolutely. You look at Colston Loveland last year; he was a 10th pick in the draft that was stacked at the top. You had quarterback Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter. You had two outstanding offensive tackles. You had a running back, and Colston Loveland still was the 10th pick of the draft. And in my opinion, Kenyon Sadiq was rated higher than Colston Loveland, who, remember, also really didn't do much prior to the draft because he had a shoulder issue. Sadiq, he's a tremendous athlete from what we saw during the combine, but at the same time, he is a developing tight end. He was a guy who was a much better tight end in November and December than he was in September and October. And late in the season for the Oregon Ducks, I mean, he was a guy that opponents could not stop. He was Dante Moore's number one weapon. People are gonna laugh. This harkens back to the Johnny Mitchell, Kyle Brady days when they went back with tight ends. But, Mason Taylor is a terrific underneath pass catcher who's a solid blocker. Kenyon Sadiq can stretch the field for the Jets offense.
The thing that just throws me here, David, is this is like a not a Jets pick in terms of the brilliance.
Yes, but it still remains to be seen. I mean, I've been here before, guys. 40 years. I've been here before. So I can talk about all the pain. And I can go back. But, there's something about these types of picks that make me nervous. I would have liked something a little stable, although Sadiq is a great player. So I can't really fault it. It seems like a great pick, especially what we have this year. To me, you always need a good tight end. I think it'll be good for Geno. So hopefully it'll work out. We got our fingers crossed again this year.
I think this kid's a matchup nightmare, straight up. I had the opportunity to sideline report the past 2 years, Penn State, Oregon, and this kid just jumped out in front of my eyes. You know, I mean, I was thinking about like, man, if I had covered this kid in 2 man, oh boy. Oh boy, this kid can run.
He'll stretch the Jets offense or stretch the defense. When's the last time you said that line about a tight end? Like that speaks to how versatile he is. And I think he's going to be a matchup nightmare for defenses because he's going to be tough for outside linebackers to cover. And I think some defenses will have to stay in nickel against Kenyon Sadiq. And then that's an advantage in the run game. Like there's a lot you can do Jets wise or for the Jets offensive wise. I mean, very rarely is a passing attack for a top 5 team in college football centered around their tight end. Usually the tight end gets the ball just, hey, as a byproduct of other concepts. Oregon was featuring this dude on third down and traditional slot type concepts. Yep. He's I love the pick. It's just a matter of, can Geno get him the rock?
I think also he might make Brees better if he can stretch the field, because if you give Brees a little bit more room, especially with their offensive line having another year together, I think it kind of works out.
And he's a willing blocker, you know, in the run game. I like to classify these tight ends as either they can't block, he's a willing blocker, or they can block, right? Mason Taylor, he's a true Y, inline tight end. Kid can block. If you have an F, you'd like them to be willing blockers. They don't necessarily got to be guys who are going to be able to hold their own one-on-one down in and down out against, you know, the defensive ends. But if you got a willing guy, I mean, these guys have the size to be able to hold on just enough to create those seams for guys to go, for a guy like Breece Hall to hit those gaps and things of that nature. And then like Max said, I mean, you got him, you can flex this guy out wide, out in the slot, you know, truly run routes, route some guys up, run away from guys. So I think it's a great pick.
You know, the other thing is this is, you know, people will look at his combine numbers, which were exceptional, and they say, well, you know, he's great in shorts and a T-shirt. He's a good football player. He's not only a good football player, he's a developing football player. He was better in 2025 than he was in 2024. I repeat myself, he was better in the second half of 2025 than he was in the first half. So he's on the right path. And in my opinion, that's big. You want to get guys, you want to draft guys that are basically not at their peak, they're playing their best. And that's what Kenyon Sadiq absolutely has been doing.
All right, David, you got your guys. I'm told the stream is absolutely killing it. So go sell this. All right.
You got it. Let me get to my clients.
All right,
Thanks,
David.
guys. I appreciate it. Go Jets.
You got it. JETS, baby.
That's right. Thank you.
Okay. Well, two things.
All right, David.
They either knocked me out of the official feed because we're announcing the picks, but I've still been getting them on my phone. And I am told that the Detroit Lions have made their selection, and this is an interesting one. Even with Monroe Freeling still on the board, the Detroit Lions, I'm told, have selected Blake Miller, the offensive tackle from Clemson. Interesting pick. I guess they're definitely going to move Penei Sewell from the right side to the left side, because as far as I'm concerned, I've watched Blake Miller play for 3 years. He cannot play left tackle. No. He is solely a right tackle, regardless of what the combine numbers were. And while I like Blake Miller, I don't love him. This was much earlier than I had him ranked.
Yeah, I don't love him. I don't love him at this spot for sure.
It's a reach.
Yeah,
I think it's a reach. At this point, I had Freeling kind of penciled in.
Right.
It's surprising to me.
But again, I guess this signifies that they are going to take Penei Sewell and move him to the left side, which they talked about after they gave Taylor Decker his release.
And don't get me wrong, Penei Sewell's a freak. I mean, this dude is a freak of nature. I mean, I remember being on the sidelines and Penei being there at practice, watching this guy work, and he's one of those players where when you watch him at practice, you go, holy crap, I'm so happy this dude's on our team. Like, freakish. I mean, the dude can move, dude can pull, go outside, puts people in the dirt, and has the athleticism to play both sides. I think he'll adjust well. It will be an adjustment period, without a doubt. I think in general, if you're going to have to go from the right side to the left side, there's going to be a little bit of growing pains. But interesting. Very interesting.
Very. What are you thinking here, Max? We really haven't even talked Blake Miller.
Yeah, and another right tackle, I believe, right, Tony?
Yeah.
I could never remember a draft in my lifetime where there's this many college right tackles going in the first round. But yeah, where I think about is what we talked about when it started with the run on tackles was Fano with the Browns. Browns trading back, getting elite value here, and then you fast forward. This is the 5th tackle off the board, and maybe not the best value, but we've been saying it all night. It's kind of a pick your flavor with the offensive tackles. There's not a surefire guy, and you're taking a guy who's played a lot of football at Clemson. I know they were thinking highly of him, like a lot of the guys on the Clemson roster that didn't necessarily work out for them, but here he is with the Lions and in a franchise that has offensive line as their identity.
Yeah, before the season, if I told you that Blake Miller was going to be selected before T.J. Parker, before Peter Woods, before Williams, the wide receiver, before Avion Terrell, you would have told me I'm nuts. And I had no idea what I'm talking about. But sure enough, that's exactly what happened.
Okay, so the Vikings are now on the clock. Jason's staying with us. this is too much fun to stay on the sidelines, right, Jason?
Yeah, it is. I'm enjoying this. I think Minnesota is one of the most interesting teams next year with Kyler Murray. I mean, I don't want to say it's going to be hit or miss, but I mean, I got a feeling that this offense can have some serious juice with Kyler. I think he's going to outright win this quarter. I don't think it's going to be a quarterback battle.
Well, and Justin Jefferson pretty much said it, right? I mean, it's like he pretty much already pegged Murray as the winner, and McCarthy needs to learn some things.
Yeah, and I think I didn't really like JJ coming out of college from a standpoint of I didn't feel like the output warranted the pick. I thought he was carried by the run game. I mean, they had some games where this kid threw 11 passes, and I just did not feel like he was in position to carry a franchise based on what he did in his last year in Michigan although they didn't win the national championship and all that. But I did not think he was ready to carry a franchise. And then you add on the injuries, the rookie year, and then thrown into the fire the second year, which was really his rookie year because of the time missed. And it kind of brewed up this perfect storm to be in the position that he's in right now with now battling with Kyler, which, like we said, don't think it's going to be a battle.
Right. Well, a couple of things. I completely agree with you. And I said throughout the process in 2024, I thought J.J. McCarthy was a really good college quarterback who just didn't project all that well to Sunday. And I thought a lot of the passes he made on Saturday, he wasn't going to be able to make on Sunday. Now, during the combine, I wrote a story that kind of blew up that a lot of people in Minnesota are done with J.J. McCarthy. They want to move on from him. And then sure enough, a few weeks later, when the Arizona Cardinals cut Kyler Murray, the Minnesota Vikings pick him up. Tonight, I went even further, and I said the people in Minnesota are telling me that even though they are publicly saying it's going to be an open competition between the two quarterbacks, it's basically Kyler Murray's job to lose. And the way they're looking at it is if Kyler Murray outplays J.J. McCarthy and wins the job, it will be easier for the franchise to cut ties with J.J. McCarthy because they have their starting quarterback moving forward. So I completely agree with you with everything you say, and I think that's the way it's going to play out in Minnesota.
I mean, what a great value you get this kid for a minimum deal. I mean, they paid what, 30-something million to get this guy off the roster, and you go get this kid a former number one overall pick for a 1 year, $1.2 million deal. I mean, it's a steal. It's a steal. The kid's talented.
Before with a good old Sam Darnold, and look where he's at now. And I think Kyler walking into the Minnesota facilities in a better spot than when Sam Darnold was walking into the Minnesota facility. So I'm with you. I think it's Kyler. Yeah.
All right,
Kyler's gig. So
I want to do some broadcast housekeeping here. NFC North related. Just as to alert the viewers here, we're gonna have Mike Singletary join us to talk Bears around the 25th pick. So stay tuned for that as well. Bears legend Hall of Famer Mike Singletary will be joining us at the 25th pick. Now, guys, when Mike joins us, Tony, I need you to just basically raise your hand, and we're gonna talk right through with the coach. So
I was just
just
saying,
yeah,
I can dip out, and Jason and Mike Singletary can talk defense all day.
Can crush it up, right? Yeah, no, we don't keep the coach on hold. So just raise your hand, and we'll cut in and break news if we need to when Coach Singletary comes on.
Absolutely.
All right, so
Still haven't heard anything on the Vikings selection yet. So once I do, I will let you know.
who do we like here, just in general?
Well, I mean, I think it's got to, the popular pick has been Dylan Thieneman.
Yep.
I'd like to get Jason's input on this, but I'm told that the Brian Flores defense is very tough for safeties to absorb, especially rookie safeties. I don't know that they're going to take Jamad McCoy here, who's obviously in a bit of a free fall because of the knee injury. I mean, could they take a guy like Caden McDonald to to strengthen the interior of the defensive line? I think that's got to be a consideration if they are not sold on Dylan Thieneman.
Hey, let's take Jeff. Let's take a quick commercial break here, and we'll come right back with the Vikings. So we've been going strong here for a bit, but we'll take a quick commercial break. Come right back on the stream here in just about 90 seconds.
We know this is how you feel sports. Raw, personal, lived in the moment. And moments don't end with the final whistle. They stay in replays, in debates, in the quiet that follows. Essentially Sports was created for one reason: you, the fans. Because we're fans too.
So the way it all began, 3 sports fans in a dorm room.
We see something amazing and we pass it on. The friend we text in all caps. The hidden battles in the polls. The stranger we high five. Sports is what we talk about, think about, dream about.
This is Essentially Sports.
We built Essentially Sports for every kind of fan.
We've been listening to everything you've been saying to present a brand that fans can call their home.
All right, we are back on the air. Jason, what are your thoughts on just how this draft is playing out in general?
I think it is. I think it's pretty interesting. I think a lot of these teams like where they're at, and there is drafting for needs, there's drafting best player available, and then there's also just drafting for the future and what they want to see down the line. And it's surprising because in the first round, it's almost a guarantee that you see teams draft for need and what they need right now. And, the Rams are the perfect example of, teams not necessarily going that direction and getting, of what they view as a value player for the future. So I think that's the most interesting thing so far in this draft.
Jeff, do you have a pick that I don't know about?
Eagles. It shows Eagles on the clock. Panthers pick is in.
The Vikings picked already? Vikings at 18.
Vikings pick Caleb Banks.
They pick who?
Caleb Banks?
The Florida tackle?
Yeah, Caleb Banks is the pick. Florida?
Yep.
Wow.
The Panthers pick is in.
Caleb Banks is the pick. Tony's back in the room. Let's get him back on. So Caleb Banks is the pick for the Vikings, Tony.
To me, that's probably a bigger reach than Blake Miller. Caleb Banks, he came into the season with second round grades. He played at 3 games last year because of a foot issue. Really wasn't overly effective. Goes to the Senior Bowl, had a nice Senior Bowl. Didn't have a great Senior Bowl, didn't have a dominant Senior Bowl, then re-injures his foot at the Combine. And now the Vikings take him in the middle of round one. To me, that is, with Caden McDonald on the board, some other players on the board. I guess I'm kind of satisfied because I said it wasn't going to be Dylan Thieneman because he didn't fit the Brian Flores, or Brian Flores defense is very tough for safeties to absorb. But I would have taken Dylan Thieneman over Banks, that's for sure. I like Banks. I don't love him. I don't think he was worth a top 32 selection.
And I like McDonald over Banks as well. Although McDonald, I do think, is a bit more one-dimensional, true run stuffer, just a freaking big boy that you stick in the middle, and it's not going to offer a whole ton on the pass rushing side. But at the end of the day, I mean, there's value to have a big boy like that in the middle and knowing that, you've got that inside run tied down, as compared to Caleb Banks.
Well, let me ask you about McDonald. Is he a run stuffer, or basically that's what they asked him to do at Ohio State? Because they really didn't need him to rush the passer. They had the kid Tywan Miller next to him, who was a one-gap player who was very explosive. Yeah. Kenyatta Jackson on the outside. You had Caden Curry. So, yeah, I understand what you're saying watching the film. I don't think that Caden McDonald can't develop into a pass rusher moving forward. He's very athletic.
So, real quick here, so that we're being told the Panthers pick is in, but we're also being told that the Eagles have traded with the Cowboys. Yep. So the Eagles are now on the clock.
Okay.
That is absolutely correct. And the Eagles and the Cowboys made a trade not too long ago, right? The Eagles traded up, got Eagles traded down, the Eagles traded up, got Devonta Smith. Cowboys came away with Micah Parsons. So these two divisional rivals have been trading partners in the past. This is nothing new between these two squads.
Who's Howie
at work?
But so who's he trading up for? Let's bring in Jay all day. Jay is waiting on the stream here. Jay,
it's got to be Freeling, right?
Guys, what's going on?
What's going on?
Gangrene.
You know it.
You're on the clock, brother. You got Tim Wood, you got Max Brown, you got Tony Pauline here, Jason Kabinda. And now you. How are you feeling about the Eagles?
I love it, guys.
Spot?
We're ready to cook. Is it Monroe Freeling? Is it going to be Monroe Freeling?
Who do you want it to be?
I think Monroe Freeling could be a great addition to this football team, guys. There's a lot of concerns on the offensive line, right? From Lane Johnson's injuries, he's getting a little long in the tooth. And then between Cam Jurgens and Dickerson having to go to South America to get stem cell injections, they need some help at the offensive line.
Okay, a couple things. I'm told that Monroe Freeling was selected the pick before to the
Carolina. Oh, no.
Which is interesting. Okay. And the Eagles have selected Makai Lemon.
Okay. AJ Brown is good as gone, guys. Right. He's gone.
Little Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Hey, Jay, thank you. Thank you for sending AJ Brown to my Patriots, Jay. I appreciate you.
He's gone. He's out of town, baby. He's gone.
Signed, sealed, delivered.
He's out of town, guys. But I think I was saying this on my stream. I think this is an addition by subtraction. Get the distraction out of the locker room.
Yep.
I think this would be a good thing moving forward for the Bird Gang.
Very different receivers, though. Very different.
100%.
This guy's a little Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Definitely very different.
To make the comparison, but I mean,
so Devontae's going to be on the outside, and then we got some other guys in the mix on the outside. They brought in Elijah Moore, Hollywood Brown, maybe in that number 2-ish kind of spot. And then we got Makai Lemon in the slot, man. I like it.
So USC man here, Max Brown. What do you make of your guy Makai going to the Eagles?
Yeah, I wonder if this is, hey, he's sliding, because some people thought Lemon could have been like, mid-teens, where then if you're Eagles, you're saying
even 13 was being talked about.
At the Rams, definitely, guys.
Like maybe they didn't go into tonight thinking, hey, we're for sure going to get a receiver, but they're looking here and saying, you know what, Lemon, we have him graded at, let's say, like we said, like early teens, where we're at now. Let's get a playmaker and let's figure it out, rather than the the AJ Brown angle. Obviously, that's a piece to it. But Lemon's a stud. I think he gets a you say slot receiver, and then you think of a guy just doing like RPO stuff and intermediate things. He's a physical receiver at the point of attack. Consistently in USC games last year, he's going up and getting contested catches, and he's pushing the ball down the field. And he doesn't look like a blazer on the outside, but consistently was running past people. So intrigued to see how they use him because, yeah, it could be your prototypical slot, or it could be more of the Puka Nacua where,
100%.
Side and then bring him into the slot as well.
How do you, Jay? I'm just curious. How do you feel in general about your Eagles trading with the Cowboys?
You know what? If Jerry Jones wants to give us better players, I'm all for it, guys. I'm all for it. If Jerry wants to do Jerry stuff, I'm all for it. What was the deal compensation,
What are you
guys?
making of this draft just in general so far, Jay?
I think it's really exciting stuff. I thought the Browns were going to trade back. Interesting that the Chiefs, I thought they could have stayed at 9 and potentially been in play there for Mansour Delane. I think the Cowboys moving up one spot, gave up 2 fifth-round picks. I don't know if I love that deal if I'm a Cowboys fan, but
yeah,
maybe the Dolphins had some other things in the works and kind of using Jerry against himself in that spot there, guys.
Jason,
I think we got to talk about the Panthers taking Monroe Freeling with 19.
Yeah.
That's very interesting. I mean, Equinoa is obviously going to be out for a significant amount of time,
Definitely.
maybe the entire 2026 season. They signed Rasheed Walker to a 1-year deal, obviously to fill that spot while he's not there. They've got Moten for I guess this is his last year, but what do you do after this season? Are you moving Ekwonu to right tackle? Are you moving Monroe Freeling to right tackle? Because it seems like they have basically 2 left tackles on the roster once Ekwonu gets back healthy.
Yeah, I wonder if they're in a situation, guys, where because he's so young, he's 21 years of age, Monroe Freeling, he's got great measurables. Maybe they kick him to the right side and see how it works out and kind of just figure out the pieces.
Well, the thing is he's a terrific pass protector. I mean, he's probably one of the more natural left tackles in this draft, and the deficiency is the run blocking. He moves incredibly well. He's good in motion. He's good on the second level, but he's really got to strengthen his base. It's going to be interesting to see what they do there. It's going to be interesting to see. I think it's good in the sense that the way it looks like they're set up now with signing Rasheed Walker, they may not need Monroe Freeling to start early.
Come in right away. Yeah, he could sit.
Season, and I think it's better off for Freeling that he actually sits for a little while.
100%.
Tony, where are we at in terms of the tiers of offensive tackles? Like, where are we? If you're a team in the market for a tackle now, are you stretching at this point, or where does that stand right now?
Yeah, I think the second tier starts right around pick 25. So the next offensive tackle on my board is Max Ianacor from Arizona State, a kid I absolutely love. I think he could be one of the best offensive tackles to come from this draft class 2 or 3 years down the road. But it's still a little bit early. I'm looking for Ianacor somewhere around 25, 26. Some people like Caleb Lemo, who was Spencer Fano's teammate at Utah late in the first round. I think he's a little bit raw. I have a second-round grade on him. Obviously, Blake Miller's off the board. He was much further down the line for me, but he was taken in the middle of round 1. So to answer your question, that next tier of offensive tackles, and again, you start off with another right tackle, Max Ianacor, you're looking more towards pick 25, 26.
Yeah, Blake Miller definitely went a little earlier than I thought he was going to go.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, just as watching the Clemson all year, that pick shocked me. The Banks pick shocked me. The Miller pick shocked me.
Yeah, the Banks pick blew my
the
mind.
Simpson pick shocked everybody.
I was on a live stream and I was like, what if the Rams light everyone's hair on fire and take Ty Simpson? 1 minute later, they took him, and I was just like, oh man, what is going on? But I like it. I like the kid. He's a coach's son. He's been around football his whole life. I think his processing needs a little bit of work, but I think in 2 years down the road, they could have a steal on their hands, man.
What a climb for that kid. People were calling for him to get benched after week 1 when they lost to Florida State. It was like, we missed Jalen Monroe. And then you fast forward, 8 months, and he's getting picked in the first round to back up the MVP. What a climb.
All right, I want to give a plug. We got to let you go here, Jay, because we got the Steelers pick is in.
All right, thanks, guys, so much for having me.
Please watch the Jay All Day NFL show on YouTube. We really appreciate you joining us, Jay.
All right, bye, guys. Have a great night. Thanks again.
Right back at you. Appreciate you being part of the stream here.
Anytime, guys.
Steelers pick is in, and Max, you kind of stole the thunder there. The Steelers have gone with another Max Iannacore of Arizona State.
Oh, baby. Wow.
Big athletic right tackle. Now, as far as I'm concerned, it's a little bit early. He is another number 23 player on my board. This is a guy I absolutely love. He was a good player in 2024. He showed great improvement in his game in 2025. He was dominant at the Senior Bowl to the point where no one could stop Derek Moore, the pass rusher from Michigan, except for Max Iannacore. And Derek Moore got so upset with Iannacore, he started throwing punches at him. That's how dominant he was. He's a big, athletic, zone blocking type of right tackle. Tested incredibly well during the combine workouts, but he plays to those testing numbers. Ran a 4.91 at 321 pounds, but he's not stiff on the field. I mean, you could see him get out to the second and even third level. Needs to polish his pass protection skills a bit. It'll be interesting to see. The Steelers need an interior offensive lineman. They may need a left tackle, depending on what happens with Broderick Jones. I like Iannacore more as a right tackle. Guy's got a lot of upside. I'll repeat what I said literally 5 minutes ago. I think 2 or 3 years down the road, he could be the best tackle that comes out of this draft.
Jeff, real quick here. Jeff, can we go four wide here? Okay, so we'll bring Jason LaConfora back into the show. We'll also bring on our Steelers our Steelers correspondent here, Dave Ribeiro.
Ooh, my man.
Let's see. Okay, we'll work on the fourth. We got Jason back in. How are you? How are you back with us, Jason?
I'm doing well. I got a story filed, and I'm an old man, so I definitely had to. I needed a potty break as well. So, but we're good to go. This thing's moving, man. I can't believe it. This is like
we're cooking. Yeah.
Do we have Dave on? Do we have Dave?
We are efforting Dave. Let's talk a little bit more in terms of Max. What do you make of another Max here?
His last name's a lot cooler than mine. No, I think what Tony said is the upside, especially to get if you're getting drafted a tackle in the 20s where we can say, hey, 5 years from now, he has the upside to be the best. Like that to me, that value is incredibly attractive. Obviously we'll see where Aaron Rodgers is at, but an aging quarterback there, again, another right tackle. I just think great value pick. Steelers needed tackle help. You addressed maybe some receiver need with Michael Pittman in the offseason, obviously through a trade. I just think the upside is what's got to fire you up, and that's where I feel like you look at across the positions, but whether it's quarterback, left tackle, edge rusher, if you can hit on upside if you're picking in the 20s, that's how your team's contending for Super Bowls 2 years down the line.
Okay, real quick, Jeff. Let's do this on the fly. Let's put LaConfora in the waiting room if we can't get four up. Let's put him in the waiting room for a second and bring in Dave Ribeiro into the conversation. Dave, appreciate the patience. Appreciate you coming on. What are you making? What are you making of this pick for your Steelers?
Can you hear us? It doesn't look like you can hear us. So, but I just want to build on what Max said about the upside. It's not just the athleticism of Ian that is the upside. It's the fact that he's played better on the field. I mean, he's shown great progress at left tackle on the field. Like I said, needs to polish some of his pass protection skills, but it's all there for him to be a really dynamic starting offensive tackle on Sunday.
All right, Dave, can you hear us? All right, let's work on that. Bring Jason back in for now. We'll work on the audio here.
Los Angeles Chargers are now on the clock. Caden McDonald is still there. They need an offensive lineman. I'm told that they like Chase Besantis, the big interior offensive lineman from Texas A&M. Very athletic guy, very much a Jim Harbaugh type of blocker. That's a guy that they've made a lot of noise about lately. I got a note literally while we were on the air talking about the Chargers and Besantis. It could be a direction that they go.
Could see them getting an edge as well. It'd be like a Cassius Howell type, or
well, absolutely. Cassius Howell and T.J. Parker. We talked about him before. T.J. Parker of Clemson's still on the board. I know the Clemson guys played poorly this year, but at some point in time, you got to decide where the reward outweighs the risk.
You know, the one thing, the Broderick Jones injury, the neck injury, is definitely factors in on that Steelers pick, as we see Goodell walking to the podium with the pick in.
Jason, you were correct. I'm being told that the Jason Kabinda that the Chargers have taken Akeem Mesidor, the Reuben Baines teammate, the pass rusher.
Oh wow,
from Miami of Florida.
I thought they'd go edge there.
A terrific player, doesn't have the great upside. A bit of an overaged. I think he's 25 years old, so he's probably at his peak right now. But a guy who I think was underrated and kind of played in the shadow of Bain, but he is a terrific pass rushing prospect. And again, a good system fit, a guy that can come out of a 3-point stance or stand over tackle in that Chargers scheme.
I think that's a conversation worth having. What do you guys think of these guys who are leaving college year 7, year 6, red shirt plus, hanging on to every last piece of NIL they can get? What do you think is the perspective, or maybe what should it be that NFL, teams look at these guys in terms of just shelf life in general and longevity?
Yeah, well, I mean, the positive is some of these older guys should be NFL ready. I mean, they're mature enough that they're at their peak. They should be ready to put on the field. The negative is they're at their peak, so they don't have great upside. We talked about Ian Akor before being a good player now. Is going to be even better 2, 3, 4 years down the road. I don't know that you can say that it's the same thing about a guy like Mesidor, who's a bit overage, who's been in college for quite a while.
Yeah, it's a lot of wear and tear on their bodies too. This guy actually played. It's not like he sat, you know what I mean? Like, he played and he turned 25. And I asked several general managers about it, and they thought if he was 2 years younger, he'd go 6 picks higher, maybe 8 picks higher. But that 25, like at age 25, you probably got to go somewhere that they think they're going to win now. And if you end up being a one contract guy because you hit the wall at 29 or 30, they're not so worried about it, right? Because they're not playing for 2 years down the road. They're playing for now. And the Chargers, obviously, that would apply. But until you got to teams like that, like I think I might have mocked him to Kansas City. Like I thought he might have felt a Kansas City second pick. Like just too many people told me, boy, it's not just the age. It's like he's played a lot of football already.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's a productive dude. Like watching Miami's film last year, many times it's hard to differentiate. All right, which one's Bain, which one's Mesidor? Interchangeable, both rocking the single digits. And like on third down, I mean, the reason you couldn't double team one of them is because the other one was on the other edge. And it felt like even in, during the season, even in draft conversation, Bain gets all the headlines, rightfully so. But Mesidor's right there. The age is a legitimate factor. Little bit bigger frame, if I'm not mistaken, if you're talking about trying to compare the two. I know we talked about Bain's frame a bunch, but awfully productive last year at the college level.
Basically, similar sort of frame. I mean, he's basically a half an inch taller and just a few pounds lighter. The interesting thing is neither of these guys really did any testing before the draft, which obviously where they went it didn't matter. But both of these guys are considered to be 4.8 guys. So I guess in this instance, the scouts and the teams really relied on the film rather than the the measurables or at least the athletic testing numbers. So good on the teams if these players pan out to be productive NFL pros.
Hey, a couple things to come. I just want to alert folks to tomorrow's stream. We will be broadcasting day 2, round 2 and 3. Tomorrow we will have an interview with Vikings legend Jared Allen, and we will also have an interview. We will have Broncos legend Champ Bailey on the stream with us as well tomorrow. So couple things to alert you to there in terms of what to look forward to tomorrow, as the Cowboys are still on the clock here. I'm being told the pick is in at this point.
I love the Cowboys' first pick with Downs. We haven't really mentioned Jermod McCoy. I know he was the guy before this draft started. We said, hey, wouldn't surprise me if he's not in the first round. But is this the type of area where someone could take a flyer on a guy like that?
I mean, the Cowboys and Jerry Jones in the past have not been shy about taking guys with injury. It's happened a couple of times. Again, they've got to be happy with what the doctor said. The Cowboys did take an edge rusher. I'm told that the Cowboys have selected Malachi Lawrence, the edge rusher from Central Florida. So Jermod McCoy's slide continues. I mean, Lawrence is a guy who he's got. You talk about a guy with upside. This is it. I mean, he's tall, he's athletic, he's explosive. I got to interview him at the Shrine Bowl, spent some time with him. He's well-spoken, articulate guy, a young man who seems very likable. Had some outstanding numbers at the combine. Didn't have great production at Central Florida. The production was not off the charts. I know that a lot of teams were down on him because they went to see his pro day. He didn't do any position drills at the combine, went to his pro day at Central Florida, and he just stood on the sidelines in sweats. He didn't get measured. He didn't go out on the field. They wanted to see him do a combination of edge rush drills and linebacker drills. But I guess the Cowboys, with their needed edge rusher, passing on Ruben Bain earlier, and what they see in Mekhi Lawrence, he's a system fit, a smaller, taller, sleeker, athletic guy. That is usually what they like in that system.
Yeah, they had to adjust their front, right? Like, I mean, like they were going to take 2 defensive players. One had to be in the secondary, and one's got to have the ability somewhere in his toolkit to get after a quarterback a little bit and help them and help them up front. Like, so they had a plan, and seemingly they stuck to it.
All right, gentlemen, Browns are on the clock. This reminds me of the Master of Our Own Domain episode on Seinfeld. I have lasted longest among the full broadcast folks here.
Yeah, there you go.
But I need to go.
Yeah, we'll break. Yeah,
we're bringing in the substitute. We're bringing in our backup QB here. Our backup host, Demetrius Beaver. We're going to kick it to you, sir. And Demetrius will talk Browns from here.
Well, Demetrius, we can't read lips, so we can't hear.
It's not him. It's somebody got to turn his mic on.
Can everyone hear me now?
Yeah. That's
fine, bro.
How's everyone doing?
Welcome.
What's up, Demetrius?
How you doing? So, like you passed it to me, the Browns is on the clock. And I want to start with Tony. Tony, what do you think the Browns will need for this upcoming pick?
I would be surprised if it's any position other than receiver. You got Casey Concepcion on the board. You got Omar Cooper on the board. I think they did a great job moving down from the 6th pick to the 9th pick. They got their left tackle of the future. I mean, could they take another offensive lineman like a Chase Besantis? I think it's possible. But I think they really need to address their the receiver position. They need pass catchers to continue to round out that offense.
Definitely. Max, wide receiver wise on the board, is anyone standing out to you for someone that they plan on selecting for wide receiver?
And I said it before the draft even started. Two of my favorite guys going into this draft were Casey Concepcion and Omar Cooper. I thought Omar Cooper didn't get the headlines during the season that I thought that were justified. Like Fernando Mendoza was getting headlines, Elijah Surratt was getting headlines, and Omar Cooper, he had the game-winning touchdown versus Penn State, but he is a difference maker in the slot. Casey Concepcion, smaller guy, Texas A&M would use him as an outside lane threat. He reminds me of like a Brandon Cooks, where he's an absolute blazer on the outside. I thought he could have, like, there was many games when you turn on that film where if his quarterback could have just got him the rock, his stats would have been out of this world. I lean Casey Concepcion a little bit more. I think his top end is a bit more dynamic. I think he can do a little bit more across all positions at receiver. And but both guys love the value there.
It's something about Omar Cooper that sticks out to me, and it comes with that catch that you've seen, that toe touch catch that he had in that game during his college standings. I feel like Omar would be a better fit, especially with like Shador and Watson and things like that. Once they figure out who's going to be at quarterback, we can kind of figure out who's going to throw him the ball. But Jason, in regards to the receivers, Omar, which one are you kind of favoring in regards to that pick?
I like KC. I like Omar, and I thought he had big moments, and I think he makes big catches, and I think that is important. But I think in the league, I don't feel like he has any elite traits. And I think at that position, from the level of athletes that you have out there on the outside, I don't look at Omar Cooper, and there's no one specific thing. You can maybe argue big catchability, but I just don't. There's nothing he does to me that I look at that jumps out as like remarkable to me. Whereas KC, like, you know, Max was saying, like, the speed is there, man. Speed you can't teach, and that can help an offense tremendously. Being able to have a guy who can stretch the field the way Casey Concepcion can. I just think Omar Cooper is going to get to the league and blend a little bit. I really do feel that way.
Well, the pick is in. The pick is in, and I think Jason, Max, and myself are going to be very happy because this is the guy I had mocked to the Cleveland Browns at 24. The Browns have evidently taken Casey Concepcion.
Boom, great pick.
Texas A&M and he's a terrific player. I mean, he's an outstanding route runner. Needs to shore up his hands a bit. Needs to strengthen his hands up a bit, but he separates through his routes. He's outstanding running after the catch. He's got a burst. He plays faster than his 40 time. And he's also an impact return specialist, which is added value. We interviewed Malik Muhammad from Texas a month before the draft here at Essentially Sports. And I specifically asked him about Casey Concepcion. And Malik gave me just an incredible scouting report from how big he was, how wide he was. And really, Malik just gushed over Casey Concepcion, talked about how difficult it was to cover him. So, you mentioned Shador. He's going to have a big weapon to throw the ball to. And I think right away, the Cleveland Browns receiving position is significantly better with the addition of Casey Concepcion.
And like you said, like Jason said, speed kills. So they finally got a weapon in which they can throw it up and make sure that target is taken care of. So now we have the Chicago Bears on the clock. Tony, you have a pick in for the Bears?
Yeah, I like Caden McDonald. I mean, they struggled with their run defense last year. They were very soft up the middle. I think Caden McDonald brings some beef and brings some power and intensity to the interior of that Chicago Bears defensive line. I think he'll immediately help stop what was a leaky run defense last season.
Definitely, Jason. In regards to the Bears defense, who do you think they should select to try to tighten up that defense and kind of get their way to a Super Bowl? They wasn't too far away. They ran up against the Rams, but they was very close.
Yeah, I think this team needs a ball hawk right now, a ball hawking guy. You went and lost Kevin Byard last year, who I believe was an INT interception leader last year, and is a great veteran leader, was great in that secondary, made a ton of plays for them. And I think this might surprise a lot of people, but I think it might be Emmanuel McNeil-Warren from Toledo. I've been talking about him all day.
That's your guy. That's your guy.
Man,
We can't end the stream without that guy going.
You might have to put it right now.
I freaking love
He
this
will.
kid's. I love this kid's tape. I mean, this is a do-it-all, like straight up athlete. There's nothing this kid can't do on the field. I mean, straight up at the safety position. And then when you add in the fact that they lost a guy like Kevin Byard, I expect them to try to fill in that void. I think it'll be a surprise pick, but I think this guy's really gonna pan out.
I actually like the Toledo pick, and it's actually, it's kind of a school you don't really look into too much. We hear about like the Alabamas, the Ohio States, Michigan, those type of players. When you look down the street, you see Toledo, and your eyes is kind of is wide open what you see from his tape and things like that. Max, with the Toledo, if Toledo is the pick from Toledo is selected, what do you feel about his output on the field?
Yeah, to be honest, I haven't watched a ton of his film. I mean, naturally, more the offensive lens in me. With the Browns, I'm always intrigued with, do they go offensive tackle here? Ozzie Trapello, the rookie out of Boston College a year ago, who started at left tackle for them, recovering from injury. Do they go Fano from Utah? It feels like he's slid just a little bit. He was in some of those conversations, offensive tackle wise, to potentially go earlier, and we've seen tackles go in recent. Is that the guy the Bears go after, especially with, again, Caleb Williams, successful year last year? You have the luxury of maybe going a high value position. Hard to go wrong with adding another young tackle to the mix.
All right, Tony, do we have a pick in or before we go?
Not yet. Still waiting on it. I'll let you know.
All right, Jason Lapenda. In regards to, I would say, the Bears, how do you feel the Bears should move in regards to selecting their defense or offense?
I think you got to go defense here. I really do. I think their offense really kept them in it last year. I think there were too many games where Caleb Williams, really saved them for a lot of fourth quarter heroics. I like the way their offense is developing, and I also think that altogether across the board that they're going to take a jump. I've been in Ben Johnson's offense, and I understand that there's levels to it. There's nuances that get learned over time and more things that get put in. He'll start to put more on Caleb's shoulders and that young core in general. I think they go defense here, and that's the reason why I like the Warren pick so much.
Well, they did go defense. They did go safety, but they took Dylan Thieneman from Oregon.
That's a good pick. That's a good pick.
I had the Thieneman mocked to the Bears early on. I thought he would have been a great fit, but I also thought that there was a good chance he would have been off the board by now. But the Bears scoop him up. They did take a defense, a guy that an explosive athlete. He hits like a ton of bricks. I don't know, and I'd like to get Jason's thought on this. Is he a true free safety, or is he more of a two deep zone type guy?
I mean, I think he can do a lot. I mean, you see his abilities in space. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if you start to see a little bit of a Harrison Smith action. That's kind of who he reminds me of in terms of player comp. He reminds me a lot. I know that's a lofty comp, but I mean, if you look at the way he tested, if you watch the film, you see the way he runs the alley. He tackles really well, plays good in space, plays the ball, a lot of ball production in terms of PBUs and things of that nature. I think he has Harrison Smith-ish potential, depending on how he's used.
Well, he definitely feel the need. I guess it does help the run a bit because he is a guy who comes up and stuffs the run. He's not afraid to throw his pads into the pile. He likes doing that. He is a physical player. So I guess what we all thought was, or most of us thought, I know Max Brown was more towards the offensive tackle. But the Bears, I think, have definitely made themselves a better player. And I would expect Thieneman to be on the field early as a rookie, producing for the Chicago Bears.
And I honestly like the pick when it comes to the Bears because, again, there wasn't too many pieces that they were off in regards to trying to get to the Super Bowl, right? They just ran into a good team at the wrong time. So, but overall, I definitely feel that this pick is going to be good. And now we have the Buffalo Bills coming up. And actually, we have Tim back. The number one QB is back on the mic. So I'm going to go ahead and pass it back to Tim. It was a pleasure, guys. I appreciate it. And
well done.
And I got to tap out.
Hey, Jason. Yeah, I know you got to tap. I really appreciate you joining us tonight.
Yeah, of course. I'll be with you guys tomorrow again. So looking forward to it. Okay.
Phenomenal.
Thank you.
Big round of
See,
applause.
Jason.
Big round of applause for Jason Kabidnik crew.
Yes, sir. Bounce out all the
Appreciate
offense
that.
better. Love it.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Fantastic. Great stuff. Thoroughly appreciate Jason Kabinda joining the conversation. We are waiting at this point on Coach Mike Singletary. We'll bring him into the conversation whenever we can get him back in. Let's
Texans
see.
Texans on the clock. Texans are on the clock right now. Texans traded
All right.
up.
Texans are on the clock. We're gonna bring in the legend, the former head coach of the 49ers, the Bears legendary Hall of Famer, Mike Singletary joins the show. How are you tonight, sir?
I'm well. How are you?
Very, very well. Your Bears went a little off script to what you and I were talking about this morning.
Oh, wow. Little off script, huh?
Little off script. They went Dylan Thieneman. They went safety.
Oh, wow.
What do you make of that?
Well, you know, I could have all the opinions in the world, but I know they know better what they need. But from a distance, I was really thinking the D lineman at Ohio State, Caden, or Clemson, Peter Woods. So I guess we were both wrong.
The nature of everybody doing the mock drafts, right, Coach?
Everybody's doing it, but well, hopefully, you know, I'm sure the Bears have done a great job in the draft in the last few years. So, you know, maybe they got a steal.
What are you in general, Coach? What are your thoughts? What are you making of the draft overall so far?
Well, it's been an interesting draft. I think you know, I see some really young, good receivers coming off the board. The quarterback going to the Rams. That's pretty cool. That's a pretty cool pick. It's nice that they have the ability to do that. You know, as always, you're seeing some edge rushers come off the board, and that's been pretty cool. So receivers and edge rushers are pretty much the theme. A couple of tackles, but it's been a pretty cool draft so far.
Pick is in.
What do you got for the pick here, Tony?
Houston trades up and they take Keelan Rutledge, the offensive guard from Georgia Tech, who just a few hours ago, when we were talking about sleepers who could slide into the late part of round one, that was one of the two guys I mentioned along with Tre'Don Stukes. So probably went a little bit earlier. I thought he would have gone later in the 20s, but Rutledge turns out to be a first-round pick to the Houston Texans.
Well, Houston needs all the help they can get in the line.
They sure do. Coach, do you have any interesting stories or funny stories that you can tell us from draft night in the war room? I mean, I've heard guys, battling it out, people, really forcing their opinions because they wanted to play. Do you have any stories like that you can share with us?
About myself or others?
Any experiences that you had in the war room on draft weekend?
On draft day in the war room, they're just everybody thinks they're right, and it is great to know who has control over the draft. I really like when I was at San Francisco and Scott McCloughan. I thought he did an excellent job. You knew that he was that guy. And when it was time to make that pick, there was no, well, what do you think? What do you think? It is, hey, here is the pick, and let's go. And I think that's the way that it should be.
Any favorite picks of yours that you remember? Guys maybe in the late rounds or players that no one was ever really didn't think about, and you were like, listen, I'm really fond of this guy. Let's go with him. And they selected him, and he turned out to be an outstanding player.
You know what? A great example of that was Patrick Willis.
Yeah.
I remember early on in that off season, they'd asked me to, Scott McCloughan asked me to look at Patrick Willis and tell him what I thought of him. And I looked at him and I thought, he's okay. And he said, well, we're thinking about taking him in the first round, so he needs to be more than okay. And I said, well, that's all I see. And he said, well, look again. And that's okay. So I looked again, and Patrick Willis to me was I thought he was okay. And Scott McCloughan came in again and said, Mike, what do you think about Patrick Willis? And I said, well, like I said, he's okay. And I said, well, why? What are you seeing that I'm not? And I said, well, let me do this. I said, let me look at it a little bit more. And he said, well, Mike, do you know his story at all? I said, no, I don't know his story. He said, well, when you look at the film, let me give you a little backdrop on who Patrick Willis is and what he's been through. His family situation is really tough. Mom is kind of in and out of his life. Dad is gone, and Patrick is the big brother, and he takes care of his brother and sister. And sometimes, there have been times when there was no food, or it was just a really tough situation. And then right before the season, Patrick Willis's younger brother drowns. And I'm saying, really? All of this happened before the season and right before the start of his senior year? His brother drowns and he's playing the way he's playing? I said, oh yeah, we need this guy. We need him all day long. And so Scott said, okay, that's what I thought when you heard his story, you would feel that way. And it gave me a whole new perspective. Some of these kids, you have no idea where they are in their lives. And when I found that out, I said, this kid is still playing. He is balling. And to have that happen, there was something special about him, and it was.
Coach, when you watch the modern game, how many hallmarks, harbingers do you see of what you guys did with Buddy Ryan and the 46 and the things that you kind of mainstreamed in this league? How much of a lineage do you still see in that in today's game?
You don't see any of that anymore.
You can't do it, right?
That's just not something that's happening. You don't see that. At that particular time, when I think of what the Bears did in 85, 86, what the Ravens did the year they had a great year, what the Steelers were able to do, all of those types of defenses, what even what Seattle was able to do, at that time. That was kind of like it was coming to an end in terms of the physicality that you could go after a quarterback or a receiver or what have you. And so those days are gone, but there's still I think there's been some good upgrades in terms of what you can and cannot do. Every now and then you see a quarterback complaining about a guy touching his face mask or something like that. That's funny at times, but other than that, I think some of the physicality in the game has definitely changed, and some of it's changed for the better. So it's still a great game. It'll never be what it used to be in terms of the physicality of the game, but it is still a great game.
Coach, you always lead with passion. You led with passion on the football field. You led with passion as a coach. The I want winners, the I want winners speech that you gave. What is the one piece of advice that you would give to these draft prospects in terms of in terms of having the kind of duration and excellence of a career that you had in the National Football League?
Find a mentor as fast as you can. Someone who's done it at a very high level, and ask them to give you some advice, ask you to watch some of your workouts, ask you to figure out who is it that could really help me develop more. What do I need to do? Those are the things that I was able to do, and I was able to find mentors that helped me take my game to another level, to help me learn how to work out and do the right preparation for that season and the longevity of the season, being able to make sure that I knew how to take care of my body. And then, on the financial side, what are some of the things that I need to do? So obviously you want to find somebody who is a mentor, and you may have to find 2 or 3. Sometimes you're not going to find someone that's good in all those areas, but for sure find someone that can help you at the very least take care of your body and train for the brutal long season that it is. Because the transition from the college game to the professional game is really, really big. It's a big jump.
All right, so we want to give some news here, Coach. The Dolphins traded picks 30 and 90 to the 49ers for picks 27 and 138. Tony, what do you got in terms of the Dolphins?
Dolphins selected San Diego State cornerback Chris Johnson. I've been talking about this guy the past 2 weeks, about how he's been moving up draft boards. Some people thought the Cowboys could take him with their second selection. They moved out of that pick, and then they moved down and took the pass rusher. Johnson he's tall. He's got excellent size. He's very fluid. A lot of people like his game. Played in the Mountain West at San Diego State, but he's got terrific ball skills, and he's got some scheme versatility. He's a bit like Mansour Delane. You can use him in man. You can use him in zone. Shows a good head on his shoulders. Good recognition of what's happening on the field. So the Dolphins move up a couple of spots, as you said, and they take Chris Johnson. And the Patriots just made a trade. The Patriots traded Patriots traded up with
Buffalo.
The Bills.
Yeah, Buffalo's traded with New England.
Right. So the Bills trade down for a second time, and now the Patriots are on the board with the 28th selection.
Wow. I'm as a Patriots guy. First of all, Coach, as a Patriots fan, I will never forgive you for the drubbing that you gave us in '85. Your 2 fumble recoveries, the absolute drubbing. But like I told you on the phone this morning, I was a young, young sports fan at that point, and my dad watching that game, he was like, "You watch Mike Singletary. That's the type of person you want to be. That's the type of athlete that you want to be." And from that moment forward, I told you, my heroes, Jim Rice in baseball, you in football, my friend.
Well, I appreciate that, but I got to tell you, I do not feel bad for you one bit. The Patriots have won enough Super Bowls. I wish I could say, "Oh, I'm so sorry." Yeah. Absolutely not.
Yeah.
I love it. Tony, I'm hearing the Patriots pick is in.
That was
quick. Surprising. The Patriots have selected Caleb Lemo, the left tackle from the University of Utah. Surprising pick. What does this mean for Will Campbell? Are they going to move him inside to guard? Are they going to move him to right tackle? Caleb Lemo, in my opinion, isn't a guy that's going to be NFL ready week 1. He's going to need a bit of time. You need to really get stronger, very athletic, very mobile, effective in motion. But they take Lemo at the end of the first round, and I guess this is to replace the player they took at the top of round 1 last year, Will Campbell.
I mean, and especially when you see Drake May and Will Campbell walking into OTAs together. You're thinking, everything's simpatico, and now this is a shocker as a Patriots fan. This was not top of the needs, so to speak, but listen, get our boy May more protection, but Coach Tony, you knew where I stood. You knew where I stood on this with with McDonald still there. I was hoping they were trading up for that, but no dice. It's Caleb Lomu. I got to learn how to pronounce his name now that he's on my team. Coach, one more thing before we let you go, and you were saying in terms of the war room. One thing that struck me talking with you, you know what you do well, and war room, you left to other people.
Well, I would put it this way: the first year in the war room, because Scott McCloughan was in the room, it was great. Everybody knew their roles. Everybody knew what they were going to do, and Scott McCloughan had a really good idea of what he was going to do, and because of his success in the prior drafts, I had a lot of comfort in that. After he left, right before the draft, it was a little less sure of what the role should be and how we should move forward, and it was a tough situation. It was a tough situation for me. It was a tough situation for Trent Baalke. It was a tough situation for the owners. It's kind of like, well, what do you do in this situation when you have a head coach that maybe doesn't have quite the experience that you would like as a selecting players, and at the same time is not quite sure, trusting of the other guys that are now in that position that has to make that selection. So it's a tough situation for a coach in the war room when you're not quite sure of the relationship with that person making that call.
Well, Coach, we wanted winners on the broadcast here, so we knew where to go, and we really appreciate you joining us tonight, joining us on Draft Night Live here tonight. Just like I said, huge appreciation for everything that you are, the career, the example that you set for others, and again, really appreciate you joining the broadcast.
Thank you. God bless and take care. Enjoy the rest of the draft.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Coach.
Take care.
Coach Mike Singletary stomping on me. I give him all that love, and he says, I'm not sorry one iota. You respect it.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
You've got enough rings.
Well, I didn't back then. That was Easton and Grogan. But
Touche.
yeah, I think I'm okay
you had
now.
to go through your battles to then get the Brady era.
Exactly. I think I'm okay now. Yeah. Chiefs pick is in, apparently, Tony.
Yeah, they chose Peter Woods, the defensive tackle from Clemson, which is something we got to talk about. I think it's a kind of a strange pick.
Yeah.
The Chiefs traded with the Niners, and the Jets have now traded back into the bottom end of round one with the Niners. So the Jets are now on the clock. So the Chiefs traded with the Niners. The Niners moved down. The Chiefs took Peter Woods, and the Jets have moved back into the bottom end of round one, and the Jets are now on the clock. The Peter Woods selection, I want to talk to Jason about it. You would have thought edge. You would have thought wide receiver. They take another defensive tackle, a defensive tackle that really has never lived up to expectations, a guy who we thought coming into the season could be a top 15 pick, like a lot of those players at Clemson, just failed last year and then really didn't test all that well prior to the draft. We thought we were getting a big athletic guy in Peter Woods who was lined up in the backfield at Clemson on occasion, under 300 pounds, didn't test that well. And now the Chiefs take a defensive tackle of all positions. Any ideas, any thoughts?
I spent a lot of time calling ACC games last fall, and you've mentioned it of how loaded this, on paper, the Clemson defense was. And I can just say from, meeting with opposing offensive coordinators, like Peter Woods is the first guy that they mentioned as if from a defensive tackle spot. It's not necessarily, the linebacker or Avion Terrell corner, who will probably hear his name called here shortly. It was Peter Woods, and he's a versatile guy, which is what you don't always hear with defensive tackle wise. They would move him out to end a little bit in college, probably not his future necessarily in NFL, but yeah, with all these Clemson guys, it's weird. You go into the season, you've alluded to it. The ceiling was sky high. You start losing games. You take the air out of the locker room potentially. Does that hurt performance? Obviously, it's a weak excuse, but when he was playing well, as impactful of a defensive lineman in the ACC last year.
Jets have made the.
One thing I do want to say real quick, we've had Brandon Deutsch in the green room twice now, and for the 40 to talk about the 49ers. So we will have him on the show. We appreciate him come on. We'll have him on tomorrow.
Jets have made the pick, and I'm looking. This is the 30th pick, so we're almost at the pick. The Jets select the wide receiver that a lot of people thought they were going to take with the 16th pick. They took Omar Cooper of Indiana. So I didn't get any details on the trade, what the Jets gave away to move up. What was it? 1, 2, 3 selections.
Yeah.
But they take Omar Cooper. I know that
that's what David wanted. David mentioned him.
Yeah, exactly. But I know that they really liked Omar Cooper at the top of round 1. I'm wondering if they thinking that the Bills may have taken him at 31 where they now sit, or maybe a team would have traded up with the Seahawks to take him at 32. But the Jets move up 3 spots. They take Omar Cooper. So far they've taken the pass rusher in David Bailey. They got a weapon at tight end in Kenyon Sadiq. And now they got a receiver that can stretch the field.
This to me is interesting because, and you say stretch the field, which I'm intrigued to see how the Jets utilize Kenyon Sadiq and Omar Cooper Jr. because I feel like Kenyon Sadiq had the slot receiver, let me win on 3rd and 6 role with Oregon, and it was the same role that I thought Omar Cooper had in Indiana's offense. I don't think Omar Cooper is wired like a Carnell Tate where he's going to be a outside lane, take the top off the defense. Not saying he's slow, but I thought he was a little bit more stocky, a little bit more physical, a little bit more win with physicality at the sticks, again, in more of a Makai Lemon type of slot. Just very intrigued to see Jets-wise personnel groupings. How do those two playmakers complement each other? Because I think there's some overlap.
Jason, what do you make of this pick?
Well, first of all, I like the Chiefs pick. They need some more things for Spags to play with up front. Chris Jones, that thing might be over. Karlaftis is kind of a thing most of the time, but certainly not all the time. So I think it's probably them trying to get the best of what's left, right? The best of what they think is day one pass rush out of a group that we've all said all along isn't exactly overflowing with talent. We can go all the way back to pick number 2 and how we thought that was a little bit of a tricky spot for the Jets because, is anyone a perfect fit for the 2nd overall pick when you're talking a pass rusher with this group of players available? The Jets taking 2 pass catchers, a little bit odd for me. A little strange to move around the way they did. Not saying it won't work, but that's a team with a lot of needs. That's a really bad football team that needs to get better in a lot of spots. And the quarterback of the present ain't the quarterback of the future. So it just seems a little odd.
The thing about with Jet receivers is we forget about a Donnie Mitchell who, has shown flashes. When Donnie Mitchell was a freshman at Georgia, he was a dynamite player. has been a little bit spotty, was part of the Ahmad Gardner trade, had
Yeah.
his moment last year with the Jets, still has he's got some upside. He's shown the ability to make plays. Just got a note. I guess the Bills don't want to make a pick this year because they traded again, and the Tennessee Titans are presently on the clock.
Tennessee Titans are now on the clock. Bills have traded again. I mean, I guess that's the way to accumulate some picks too, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, especially if some of them are next year.
Yeah.
People.
Bill's only one pick inside the top 90, so there's the incentive to accumulate more.
It's fascinating too. Denzel Boston was sitting right there on the board for him here as well, and they opt not to make it.
Well, I think the other thing is this is, we've all said throughout the process, this is a good off-ball linebacker draft, but really after Arvell Reese and Sonny Styles, it kind of falls off the cliff a bit. So, maybe they're positioning themselves in round 2 to get a CJ Allen, to get an Anthony Hill, to get a Jacob Rodriguez. Maybe they feel that those guys are not worth, first round type talent.
And the receiver side's interesting too, because, does their position change they clearly didn't love necessarily Omar Cooper Jr. or Denzel Boston. Yeah. The Bills, you look at a comp, Keon Coleman coming out of Florida State and Denzel Boston coming out of Washington. To me, there's some overlap there. Keon hasn't tapped into the ceiling that the Bills thought that he might have had. But so you just maybe don't love any of those receivers, not the value there. Choose to trade back, but maybe in a different draft if some of those other receivers, if a Casey Concepcion had fell, does the Bills' position on that change? Yeah, interesting.
I was just told the Jets gave up the 179th pick to move up to draft Omar Cooper. When you look at it from a financial point of view, basically the Jets gave up a fifth, sixth round pick to move up 3 spots to get Omar Cooper, and now you got the 5th-year option for him. So, I don't know if Darren Moogie is going to be around 4 years from now, but if Omar Cooper turns out to be a dynamite receiver, the Jets have the 5th-year option, which makes a lot of sense why they made that move.
Yeah. Boy, it's just we'll see what version of Geno they're getting, right? Because if it's the double agent there of last year, that's gonna, that's not gonna help anybody's cause much in 2026 with developmental young receivers who
the Titans pick is in.
Have not gotten it yet. Jason, let me ask you this. Geno Smith, I don't even know that he's going to finish out the season.
Yeah.
The Titans pick is in. The Titans have selected Kendrick Falk of Auburn. Now, if you look at my mock draft, on Essentially Sports, I had the Seattle Seahawks taking Kendrick Falk with the 32nd pick, and I mentioned last week that if they sat at that 32nd pick and they couldn't move out, Darian Price was a player that they like, as well as Keldrick Falk.
The Titans have taken Keldrick Falk.
Right. So the Titans have taken Keldrick Falk with this pick. Getting back to the Jets real quick. I don't know if you've heard this, but there was talk early on that Darren Moogie wanted to trade for a Tanner McKee or Davis Mills. Do you think there's any possibility of that tomorrow night or Friday night?
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me, especially with what's happening at the quarterback market now, and with what Sean McVay just did at whatever 12, whatever it was it 13? Those guys didn't move around. You know what? Something like that wouldn't surprise me at all, to be honest with you. Although if I'm the Houston Texans, I'm not in a real big hurry to get rid of Davis Mills, to be honest with you, because he might have won a playoff game for him last year that CJ Stroud couldn't.
Right.
Guys, some interesting gossip. Ian Rappaport is reporting that the Steelers were on the phone with Mekhi Lemon when the Eagles moved up to 20 to jump them and draft him. So they thought they had Lemon.
Who'd the Eagles swap again? Swap with? Who
The
was
Cowboys.
Cowboys.
Yeah.
Who?
Talk about the ultimate block.
Yeah.
In the end, I think the Steelers did all right for themselves with Ian Core. It's a position of need. He definitely fits their scheme. He's definitely their type of offensive lineman. Nothing against Mekhi Lemon, but I think
No.
I don't think 2 or 3 years down the road, the Steelers are going to look back and say, wish we had made that trade.
Like you said, Daniel Rios, one of our other reporters, saying the same thing. 3, 4, 5 years down the line, this is going to be the best. This is going to be the best guy, the best O lineman that come out of this draft.
First round ends. The Seattle Seahawks take Jadarian Price, who I had mentioned.
Yep.
I said that they like Price. I said they also like Falk, so that's why the Titans traded up. But the Seahawks got their running back.
Yeah, I'd mock that one as well. It really makes a lot of sense for them, right? I mean, it's a Kenneth Walker replacement at 32. He's not as beat up as Love. I don't think he ever dropped the ball, Tony. Like I had one scout tell me I couldn't find this kid dropping a ball on film. They do a timeshare there as well. He's kind of used to that. And obviously he didn't like what he could get trading out because that pick was up there if somebody wanted it, and he preferred the player to whatever was out there. So John Schneider is one of the best.
I mean, on any other team, that's a number one. That's a clear number one running back. And
how about that one draft, force 2 back in the first round from the same school.
Yeah, crazy.
I think that I think Jason hit the nail on the head. They like to rotate their backs, and I think that's what you got to do with Jadarian Price.
Yeah.
I was mildly surprised he entered the draft. Obviously, it worked out for him. But I think especially early on in his career, he's going to have to be a rotational back. And here it is, 11 o'clock, and guess what? The first round's over. So
I mean, you talk about getting it in on time in terms of wanting the pace to speed up. They sped it up by about an hour.
Yeah.
So
I think we got to talk about some of the guys still on the board.
Absolutely.
I think surprisingly, Cassius Howell, the edge rusher from Texas A&M, still available. Zion Young, the pass rusher from Missouri, still available. T.J. Parker of Clemson, still out there. C.J. Allen, maybe a little bit less of a surprise. Is it still out there? Caden McDonald was not selected in the first round. That's a bit surprising. And Denzel Boston. Boston, as well as Jermod McCoy. And we spoke about that at the top of the show. I said there was a very good chance that McCoy would still be available when the first round closed out, and sure enough, he is.
Max, overall thoughts on this first round, this crazy night.
Ty Simpson's the headliner.
Yeah.
Ty Simpson on so many levels, I think. From the Rams' perspective, again, to me, this is you see this every few years, right? Aging star quarterback, but Matt Stafford is coming off a year in which he won the MVP, and so they are in their window. They are expecting to win the Super Bowl next year. So to spend that capital on a quarterback for the future shows how much that we speak so highly of Sean McVay's offensive brain. It speaks to what they believe in Ty Simpson, and I think it threw a wrench for maybe other teams too on the back end, like. I think we were thinking coming in tonight is the Cardinals get back in? Do the Jets make some noise at the end for Ty Simpson? In the end, it was the total opposite end of the spectrum. I'm intrigued to get on my phone tonight and see what damage control the Rams tried to do with Matthew Stafford, because we saw that played out with, the Packers with Rodgers again at different phases, but it can tear up a locker room. And again, they're in win now mode. So you go with the youngster and. Fascinated to see how that plays out.
How much more tread do we feel like that Stafford has on the tires at this point?
I think he has 2 more high-level years at least.
Yeah.
At least. I watched a video the other day of him, taking care of his body and all that. I know he's older, but quarterbacks are playing well, high level, deep into their 30s. I know 40s right around the corner for him, but again, it's not just, he's playing at Pro Bowl level. No, we're talking MVP level.
Yes.
And you chose to not give another piece that could help that team. Instead, it's a move for 3 years from now. But at the same time, this is the type of decision where when we're doing this show in 5 years and the Rams are still picking late into the 20s, it's because you make moves like this. And when you've won a Super Bowl like Les Snead and Sean McVay have done, you're able to have a little bit more leash to do a move like this and not think you're going to get fired the next year if you do swing and miss.
And it's a great spot. It's a great spot for Simpson himself in terms of becoming an NFL quarterback.
Oh, perfect.
There's a lot to like about Ty Simpson. I've said that all along. I mean, he's accurate. He does a good job seeing the field. He's mobile. He's got a decent arm. You know, I don't know, Max, what you think, but I'm a little concerned. Sometimes he tends to stare down the primary target, and he's a bit slow moving his head going through his progressions. But you know, the big red flag was that he only started one season, and now he gets to sit behind, or he gets to sit behind Stafford. And he gets to work with a phenomenal quarterback coach. So, you know, for Ty Simpson, he's made the best choice. He's going to get mid-first round money, or the money that a mid-first round pick would get. He goes to an organization where he doesn't have to play right away. He can learn, and they're gonna want to develop him to as much, because they need a quarterback of the future, as well as they want to turn around to everybody and say, hey, you know what? F you. We made the right choice when you were all laughing at us.
Jason, what's your headlines from this first round?
I mean, that is the marquee take. Look, it wasn't a great draft class. This kid became an overarching sort of backdrop to this whole thing, and for that team to take him is stunning. Now, they deserve the benefit of the doubt as much or more than anybody, especially when it comes to offensive players in that position in particular. But man, you're going to tell me they couldn't take anything to move down 3 or 4 or 5 spots?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? When you don't have as many picks
though.
as they usually have, and when it is that high for that player, they obviously had a lot of conviction in it. They obviously did a great job keeping it under wraps. That's my takeaway. We ended up with what I think 8 offensive linemen. I thought it might be a little bit more, like 10. There was a big drop off between potential pass rushers at the top, and then that run on them really didn't start again until very late. I thought there'd be 3 safeties. There ends up being 2. The kid from Toledo, I don't think I'll have to wait, that much longer to hear his name called. Yeah, and trades, yes, but it wasn't like people were moving up, 7, 8 spots, going up a quarter of a round, a half a round to make power moves. All the trades that were made were pretty much within a cluster of where that team already was, and they were clearly made to get a particular player at a particular time.
Well, Jason, I'm looking here. It was the exact number that we talked about in the beginning of the show, with 10 offensive linemen selected.
Did 10 go?
In the first round. So,
I was thinking it was only 8.
Blake Miller got in. Yeah.
Yeah.
The only guy that I thought had a shot at the first round that wasn't selected was Chase Besantis. I was surprised, a little bit surprised about that.
Yeah, I that was the one name that you didn't bring up that I was gonna bring up.
O-line and D-line. O-line and D-line really carried this thing, especially when you saw people leaning into the D-tackle position a little bit there late and not taking the Ohio State kid.
And the Ohio State Buckeyes in general. I mean, you look at the storylines.
Well, we knew that.
Yeah, true, but maybe not. At least I wasn't expecting the
not that order. No, not that order.
Arnold Tate to the Titans. I thought from a value pick in the first round, Caleb Downs to 11, the Cowboys. I thought that was super strong. And then Sonny Styles, just from a fit, you go Dan Quinn, all those years with Bobby Wagner and, the priority they put on the middle linebacker. That's a plug and play and high production player.
Bears get, in terms of mocking, Bears get value with Thieneman at 25.
Yes.
And some reaches too, guys. Some reaches that the only really pick that I'll shake my head at, and we'll see what happens, is Blake Miller as early as he was selected. I don't think he deserved to go that early. The Carolina especially, I mean, the Vikings, you think they need more help on the defensive line than the offensive line. The Carolina Panthers selecting Monroe Freeling, it wasn't a reach, but it was interesting. When you look at the left tackle they have, who's sidelined, the fact that they signed Rasheed Walker,
we won't know about that pick for a couple of seasons with Monroe Freeling. That was an interesting selection to me.
All right. Well, we're wrapping a little earlier than we figured. We were ready for 5.
Good stuff, Roger Goodell. There
Yeah,
we go. Pace of play. Pace of play.
So we're shedding a couple guys tonight. We want to give a big shout out to Max Brown. Big shout out to Jason Lockenfor.
It was fun.
Great work.
It
Great
was
work,
fun.
gentlemen.
Thanks for letting me hang out.
Thank you for having us. For
Thanks for
me,
checking
I
out
can
the
only
screen.
speak for myself. I'm speaking for other people. Thank you for having me. I can't speak for Max.
No, I appreciate it, Jason. Yeah, we're 2 peas in the pod there.
There's something like that. Yeah, I'm in my basement in Baltimore, and you're in LA, but it's all good. It's all the same.
There we go. Potato.
This is
You're
great
in the
stuff.
fancy. You're in the fancy Essentially Sports studios there. The palatial Essentially. It's a good look. You guys, that's a big space there. You got.
I want to give Demetrius Beaver a shout out. I want to give a huge shout out to Dewan and Jeff Sims, our production crew, absolutely kicking ass and taking names beyond what I could even explain to y'all in terms of what they pulled together. Phenomenal job, gentlemen. Really amazing stuff. Tony, great job tonight. We will have Tony back tomorrow. As Jason mentioned, Jason Cambindo will join us again tomorrow as well. We'll bring Daniel Rios into the conversation tomorrow. We'll bring Luke Hubbard into the conversation tomorrow. We will have an interview with Jared Allen. We will have Champ Bailey on the show as well. A cast of thousands, gentlemen, and a phenomenal show tonight. Can't thank you all enough for the efforts. Really good stuff tonight, guys.
It was fun.
It was.
Thank you, guys.
Absolutely. So we will be back with you. Check your local listings. Check us online in terms of when we will definitely be on by 7 tomorrow because it starts at 7. I'm not 100% sure in terms of the pregame how much pregame we're doing rounds 2 and 3. Check your local listings. Check us on Twitter, on Instagram, and we will be back with you tomorrow. Tony, you got content coming tomorrow. Luke's got content. What are you working on after the show?
I got to do another podcast, but that's another story altogether. I mean, we'll have a winners and losers piece tomorrow, and really the way it looks, I'm gonna have to be nitpicky to be about the losers. And then we'll have we'll have an insider piece moving into day 2, which should be fun.
Fantastic. So check that out on Essentially Sports. We'll have grades. We'll have best available going into day 2. Some thoughts on best available beyond the names we mentioned here on the show. For this cast of thousands, I am Tim Wood, and I will be back with you tomorrow as well. Can't thank you all enough for watching. Come on back tomorrow. It gets even spicier tomorrow. We will talk to you tomorrow here on the Essentially Sports stream. Have a good night, everybody.